I'll never forget the weekend I spent in that cabin. It's been a few years now, but the memory feels fresh. A raw wound I can't quite close. I'd rented the place hoping for a break. Work had been overwhelming, and I thought some time alone in the mountains would help me reset. The online listing showed a cozy wooden cabin, tucked deep in the woods, with a promise of complete solitude. That's exactly what I thought I needed. The drive up was uneventful. The cabin was about 3 hours from my apartment in the city, nestled in a forested area miles away from the nearest town. The road narrowed as I got closer, with tall pines flanking either side. By the time I arrived, the sun was already dipping low, painting the trees in shades of gold and orange. The cabin looked just like the pictures, small, rustic, with a wraparound porch and a chimney that hinted at a wood-burning stove inside. A dirt driveway curved up to it, and there was a small shed about 20 feet away. I parked my car and unloaded my bags. The air was crisp, carrying that faint, earthy smell of fallen leaves and damp wood. I stood for a moment, taking it in, letting the quiet wash over me. No honking cars, no city noise, just the whisper of the wind through the trees and the occasional chirp of a bird. Inside, the cabin was just as charming as I'd hoped. The furniture was simple but sturdy, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall. A small kitchen area sat to the left, and a ladder led up to a loft where the bed was. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, and only a weak cell signal. Perfect. I'd brought a stack of books and planned to spend the weekend reading, hiking, and maybe writing in the journal I hadn't touched in years. After settling in, I decided to explore the area while there was still some light. A narrow trail led from the cabin into the woods. I followed it, walking slowly, enjoying the crunch of leaves underfoot. The forest was dense, the trees towering above me, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered the light into dappled patches. It felt like I was walking into another world, far removed from everything. About 20 minutes in, I stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood a fire pit surrounded by makeshift benches made of logs. It looked like it had been used recently. There were charred pieces of wood and a few beer cans scattered around. Strange, I thought. The listing had emphasized the cabin's isolation, and I hadn't seen any other properties nearby on the drive up. Maybe hikers had passed through. I made a mental note to clean up the trash later and continued walking. The trail looped back toward the cabin, and by the time I returned, the sun had almost disappeared, leaving the sky a deep shade of blue. I lit a fire in the fireplace and made myself a simple dinner. As I ate, the silence began to feel heavier. It wasn't unsettling, exactly, but it was different from the silence I was used to. It was complete, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire or the creak of the wooden floorboards. That night, I climbed up to the loft and crawled into bed. The mattress was firm, the blankets warm, but sleep didn't come easily. I'd forgotten how dark it gets in the woods. Without the glow of streetlights or passing cars, the cabin was pitch black. Even with my eyes open, I couldn't see a thing. I lay there listening to the night sounds. The wind had picked up, making the trees sway and groan. Every now and then, I'd hear a rustling noise outside, probably animals moving through the underbrush. It took a while, but eventually I drifted off. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had startled me. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow that barely reached the edges of the room. I lay still, straining to hear. There it was again, a sound from outside. It wasn't the wind or the rustling of leaves. It was a faint, deliberate noise, like footsteps on the porch. My heart started pounding. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray dog. But as I lay there, listening, the sound came again, louder this time. It wasn't just on the porch. It was moving around the cabin. Slow, measured steps crunching on the gravel outside. I sat up, my breath shallow. My phone was on the nightstand, but the signal was too weak to make a call. I grabbed the flashlight I'd brought and climbed down the ladder as quietly as I could. The cabin's windows were small, but I tried to peek outside. It was too dark to see anything. I thought about turning on the porch light, but decided against it. If someone was out there, I didn't want to alert them that I was awake. The footsteps stopped. I stood there, frozen, flashlight in hand, waiting. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. Finally, I convinced myself that whoever or whatever it was had left. I climbed back up to the loft, though sleep was out of the question. I lay there, staring into the darkness, every sound magnified by my anxiety. The next morning, I stepped outside, scanning the area. The ground was damp from the morning dew, and there were footprints in the dirt. Human footprints. They circled the cabin, leading to the porch and then back toward the woods. My stomach turned. This wasn't an animal. Someone had been out here. I considered leaving right then, but part of me felt foolish. Maybe it had been a hiker who got lost or someone from the clearing I'd found earlier. The footprints didn't necessarily mean I was in danger, I told myself. Still, the unease lingered. I decided to stay, but I kept my guard up. I spent the day inside, reading and occasionally glancing out the window. The woods, which had seemed so inviting yesterday, now felt oppressive. The trees were too close, their shadows too long. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves, set my nerves on edge. That night, I made sure the doors were locked and propped a chair under the handle for good measure. I kept the flashlight and a kitchen knife within reach as I climbed into bed. The darkness felt heavier than before, pressing in on me from all sides. I lay there listening, waiting. Around midnight, the sound came again. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. My mouth went dry. This time, they didn't stop at the porch. They moved toward the shed. I heard the creak of the shed door opening, followed by a heavy thud, then silence. I wanted to look, to see what was happening, but fear rooted me in place. I stayed in the loft, clutching the flashlight and knife, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps didn't come back. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. When dawn broke, I forced myself to go outside. The shed door was ajar. Inside, everything was as I'd left it. A few old tools, some firewood. But the unease didn't go away. I spent the rest of the day packing up my things, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. By the time I left, the cabin no longer felt like a retreat, felt like a trap. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing on the porch. There was no one there, but the tension in my chest didn't ease until I was miles away. I never found out who or what had been outside the cabin those nights. I've thought about it countless times since, trying to piece together an explanation. Maybe it was a local, curious about the new occupant. Maybe it was someone with less innocent intentions. Either way, I've learned my lesson. Solitude isn't always what it seems. I've always enjoyed spending time alone in the wilderness. Something about the silence, the fresh air, and the feeling of being away from it all has always calmed me. That's why, when I found an online listing for a secluded cabin deep in the woods of northern Vermont, I jumped at the chance to rent it for a week. I didn't need luxury or amenities, just a place to clear my mind and reset. The cabin's description was straightforward. No running water, solar power for basic lighting, and a wood stove for heat. It was exactly what I wanted. The pictures showed a simple structure with a wraparound porch, surrounded by dense forest. The nearest town was 30 miles away, and the last 5 miles of the drive would be on a dirt road. The remoteness didn't bother me. In fact, it was part of the appeal. I packed light, just the essentials. A good sleeping bag, enough food for a week, a water filtration system, and a few books. I also brought a notebook and some pens, hoping to do some writing while I was there. I didn't bother with a phone charger since there wouldn't be any service out there. I figured it would be good to disconnect completely. The drive up was uneventful. The closer I got to the cabin, the fewer cars I saw. By the time I turned onto the dirt road, it felt like I had the whole world to myself. The road was rough, with potholes and loose gravel, but my old SUV handled it well enough. After about 20 minutes of slow driving, I saw the cabin through the trees. It was smaller than I'd imagined, but charming in a rustic way. The wood was weathered, and the roof had patches of moss growing on it. A small stack of firewood was neatly piled against one wall, and there was a hand pump for water a few yards away. The porch had a couple of wooden chairs that looked like they'd seen better days. The only sound was the wind in the trees and the occasional chirp of a bird. I parked my SUV and unloaded my gear. The cabin's key was hidden under a loose stone on the porch, just as the owner had told me. Inside, it was exactly what I'd expected. One large room with a small kitchen area, a table and 2 chairs, and a wood stove. There was a narrow bed against one wall, covered with a threadbare quilt. A ladder led up to a small loft that was empty except for a dusty mattress. Everything smelled faintly of wood smoke and dampness. I spent the first couple of hours settling in. I filled a few jugs with water from the pump and stacked some wood next to the stove. The solar-powered lights worked, though they weren't very bright. I made myself a simple dinner and ate it on the porch, watching the sun dip below the trees. By the time it was dark, I was feeling relaxed and content. The isolation was exactly what I'd been craving. The first night passed uneventfully. The bed was lumpy, and the cabin creaked in the wind, but I slept well enough. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. There were no trails, but the forest was easy enough to navigate. I found a small stream about half a mile away and spent some time there, enjoying the sound of the water and the sight of sunlight filtering through the trees. By the third day, I'd settled into a routine. I'd wake up early, make coffee on the small propane stove, and spend the morning reading or writing. In the afternoons, I'd wander through the woods or sit by the stream. Evenings were spent by the fire, listening to the crackle of the logs and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, almost idyllic. But on the 4th night, something changed. I was sitting on the porch, staring at the stars, when I heard a sound I couldn't immediately identify. It was faint at first, a rhythmic crunching that seemed to be coming from the woods. My first thought was that it was an animal. Deer were common in this area, and I'd seen plenty of tracks during my walks. But as the sound grew louder, I realized it wasn't the random rustling of an animal moving through the underbrush. It was deliberate, like footsteps. I froze, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped. The forest was silent again, except for the wind in the trees. I told myself it was nothing, probably just my imagination, and went back inside. I locked the door, not because I felt unsafe, but because it was habit. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd overreacted. I spent the day as usual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Several times, I thought I heard faint noises, a twig snapping, leaves rustling. But when I stopped to listen, everything went quiet. I told myself it was just the normal sounds of the forest. That night, I made sure the fire in the wood stove was roaring before I went to bed. The warmth was comforting, and the light from the flames danced on the walls. I drifted off to sleep easily but woke up sometime in the early hours. The fire had burned low, and the cabin was cold. I lay there for a moment, wondering what had woken me, when I heard it again. Footsteps, this time right outside the cabin. My heart started pounding. The steps were slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The footsteps stopped, and for a long moment, there was silence. Then came a soft scratching sound, like fingernails on wood. It was coming from the front door. I've never felt fear like that before. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The scratching stopped, and the footsteps resumed, moving away from the cabin. I waited, motionless, until the first light of dawn filtered through the windows. When I finally got up the courage to open the door, there was nothing there. No footprints, no marks on the door. It was as if I'd imagined the whole thing. I spent the day trying to make sense of what had happened. I considered leaving, but I'd paid for the whole week, and part of me didn't want to give in to fear. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That evening, I built the biggest fire I could and kept my flashlight within arm's reach. I stayed up late, listening for any sounds, but the night was quiet. On the 6th day, I found something that made my blood run cold. I was walking near the stream when I saw it. A crude shelter made of branches and leaves. It looked like it had been hastily constructed, and inside, I found a pile of animal bones. Some were picked clean, others still had bits of fur clinging to them. The shelter was only about 200 yards from the cabin. Someone had been living there. I hurried back to the cabin, heart racing. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed my things as quickly as I could, throwing them into the SUV without bothering to organize. By the time I was ready to leave, the sun was setting, and the shadows in the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. The drive back down the dirt road was nerve-wracking. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see someone or something following me. But the road remained empty, and I finally reached the highway. The relief I felt was overwhelming. I never reported what happened. Who would I even tell? The cabin owner? The local police? I didn't have any evidence, just a feeling of unease and a few sleepless nights. But I've never gone back to that part of Vermont, and I've never stayed in a cabin that remote again. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I hear footsteps outside my window. I tell myself it's nothing, just the wind or a stray animal. But deep down, I know better. Some silences aren't empty. Some shadows aren't just shadows. And some places, no matter how peaceful they seem, are better left alone. It started as a simple plan. I'd been stressed for weeks, buried under work and the noise of city life. I needed a break, a real one, away from everything. I found the cabin online, tucked deep in the mountains, miles from the nearest town. It was isolated, exactly what I wanted. The listing promised peace, quiet, and a view of the stars that I hadn't seen in years. I booked it for a week, packed my car, and set off early on a Sunday morning. The drive was long but beautiful. As I climbed higher into the mountains, the air felt fresher, crisper. The trees grew denser, towering over the narrow road that twisted and turned. By the time I reached the dirt path leading to the cabin, my cell service had disappeared. I didn't mind. I'd been looking forward to unplugging. The cabin itself was small but charming. A single room with a bed, a kitchenette, and a small bathroom. It had a wood stove for heat and a porch that faced a valley stretching out for miles. There was no Wi-Fi, no TV, and no distractions. It was perfect. I unloaded my bags, stocked the small fridge with the groceries I'd brought, and settled in. That first evening, I sat on the porch with a cup of tea, watching the sun dip below the mountains. The quiet was almost unnerving at first, but I told myself I'd get used to it. The first night was uneventful. I'd brought a book and read by the light of a battery-powered lantern before crawling into bed. The mattress was old, and the cabin creaked with the wind, but I slept well. I woke early to the sound of birds and decided to explore the area. There was a narrow trail behind the cabin that wound through the forest. I followed it for what felt like miles, breathing in the cool, pine-scented air and enjoying the solitude. By the time I returned, the sun was high and I was hungry. I made a simple lunch and ate on the porch, listening to the rustling leaves. It was everything I'd hoped for, until I noticed something odd. On the path leading to the cabin, the one I'd driven up the day before, there were footprints. They were faint, but they definitely weren't mine. I'd been wearing hiking boots, and these looked like they were made by sneakers or something similar. The prints were spaced out, as if someone had been walking slowly. I stared at them for a long time, trying to convince myself they'd been there all along and I just hadn't noticed. Still, it unsettled me. I spent the rest of the day around the cabin, trying to shake the unease. The forest was so quiet, and the isolation that had seemed so appealing now felt oppressive. As the sun set, I double-checked the locks on the door and windows. I told myself I was being paranoid. People hiked these mountains all the time. Maybe someone had passed by earlier and hadn't noticed the cabin. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside seemed amplified. I told myself it was just the wind, just the forest settling. But then I heard something that wasn't the wind. It was faint but unmistakable, the crunch of footsteps on the gravel path. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, straining to hear. The steps stopped, and there was silence again. I waited, every muscle in my body tense, but nothing happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was an animal and forced myself to lie back down. The next morning, I checked the path. The footprints were still there, and now there were more. They led up to the edge of the porch and then back down the path, disappearing into the trees. My stomach churned as I stared at them. I wasn't imagining things. Someone had been here. I considered leaving, but I told myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe a hiker had gotten lost and found their way back to the trail. I decided to stay, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I spent the day trying to keep busy. I chopped wood, read my book, and went for another hike. But the sense of unease never left me. By the time the sun set, I was exhausted but too anxious to sleep. I locked the door again, pulled the curtains shut, and kept the lantern on as I lay in bed. Hours passed, and just as I started to drift off, I heard it again, the crunch of footsteps. This time, they didn't stop. They came closer and closer until they were right outside the cabin. My chest tightened as I lay there, frozen. Then came the sound of something brushing against the wall, followed by a soft tap on the window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate. I wanted to scream, to grab something to defend myself, but I couldn't. After what felt like an eternity, the tapping stopped. I heard the footsteps retreating, fading into the distance. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching a heavy flashlight and staring at the door. When morning finally came, I stepped outside, half expecting to find nothing. But there were more footprints circling the cabin. My stomach churned as I realized whoever it was had been there for a long time. I knew I couldn't stay. I packed my things in record time, threw them in the car, and started down the dirt path. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel, constantly checking the rearview mirror. As I reached the main road, relief washed over me. I told myself I'd been lucky, that it was probably just some weirdo passing through. But as I drove back to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been followed. When I got home, I locked every door and window, something I'd never done before. The week I'd planned to spend unwinding had turned into something I'd never forget. I never went back to that cabin, and I never booked another one. The peace and quiet I'd been searching for wasn't worth the fear I'd felt in those mountains. Even now, years later, I still think about those footsteps and wonder who or what was out there with me. I've always loved the quiet of the woods. Growing up in Vermont, surrounded by endless trees and winding trails, solitude never felt lonely to me. When the stress of work started to mount, too many deadlines, too many sleepless nights, I decided it was time for a break. I rented a cabin deep in the woods of northern Maine, far from cell service and even farther from my responsibilities. A week of isolation sounded perfect. The drive took longer than I expected. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was dipping below the horizon. The place was modest. A single-story wooden structure with a tin roof, perched on the edge of a small clearing. The woods pressed in on all sides, their dense canopy making the twilight feel darker than it should have been. There was a small porch out front with a pair of rocking chairs and a stack of firewood neatly piled against the wall. It felt welcoming, but in a way that made me wary. Too perfect, like a painting. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. A single bed pushed against the far wall, a wood stove in the corner, and a small kitchen with just the basics. There was no electricity, only a few oil lamps scattered around. A large window above the sink overlooked the forest, its glass smudged with years of grime. I dropped my bags and set about unpacking, the silence pressing down like a heavy blanket. That first night, I struggled to sleep. The quiet was so absolute it was unnerving. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, made my ears strain. The bed was uncomfortable, the mattress lumpy and thin. I tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning when exhaustion finally dragged me under. I woke late the next day, sunlight streaming through the window. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. The woods were thick, the trails barely visible in some places. I wandered aimlessly, enjoying the crisp air and the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. Occasionally, I'd come across signs of wildlife. Deer tracks in the mud, the distant chatter of birds. It was peaceful, just as I'd hoped. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was setting again. I built a fire in the wood stove and cooked a simple dinner, the warmth and light making the small space feel cozy. For the first time since I arrived, I felt truly relaxed. I read a book by the fire until my eyes grew heavy, then climbed into bed. I woke in the middle of the night to a sound. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, but as I lay there, straining to hear, it came again. A soft, deliberate knock on the cabin door. My heart started to pound. It was too late for hikers or hunters to be wandering around, and the cabin was miles from the nearest road. I stayed in bed, hoping whoever it was would go away. The knocking stopped, and after a few tense minutes, I started to relax. Maybe it had been an animal, a raccoon or a curious deer. But then I heard it again, louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. I forced myself out of bed, my legs trembling. Grabbing the oil lamp from the bedside table, I lit it and approached the door. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking. There was no answer. I waited, the silence stretching out until I thought I might scream. Finally, I unlatched the door and cracked it open. No one was there. The clearing was empty, the forest beyond it still and silent. I stepped outside, holding the lamp high, its weak glow barely penetrating the darkness. The air was cold, and my breath came in visible puffs. I scanned the area but saw nothing. Reluctantly, I went back inside and bolted the door. It took hours for me to fall asleep again, and when I did, my dreams were restless and dark. The next morning, I tried to convince myself it had been my imagination. Maybe a branch had fallen against the door, or an animal had brushed past it. I spent the day exploring again, this time venturing farther from the cabin. I found an old, overgrown trail that led to a small stream, its water clear and icy. I followed it for a while, enjoying the sound of running water before turning back. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The rocking chair on the porch, which had been empty when I left, was now facing the door. It wasn't rocking, but the sight of it made my skin crawl. I tried to brush it off, telling myself the wind must have moved it, even though there hadn't been any breeze that morning. That night, I locked the door and placed a chair under the handle for good measure. I kept the oil lamp burning low, its flickering light casting shadows on the walls. I was determined to sleep, but my nerves were on edge. Every sound seemed amplified in the stillness. Around midnight, I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. This time I didn't move. I stayed in bed, clutching the blankets to my chest, my heart hammering. The knocking continued, steady and deliberate, for what felt like an eternity. Then it stopped. I lay there listening, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes passed, then hours. Finally, the first light of dawn crept through the window, and I allowed myself to breathe again. I spent the day repairing the cabin's front door, reinforcing it with spare planks of wood I found in the shed out back. I also searched the area around the clearing for any signs of trespassers. There were no footprints, no broken branches, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The rest of the week passed in a blur of tension and sleepless nights. The knocking continued, always at the same time, always the same pattern. I stopped leaving the cabin, too afraid of what I might find when I returned. The once cozy space now felt suffocating, the walls closing in on me. On my last night, I decided to stay awake until dawn. I sat by the wood stove, the oil lamp burning beside me, a heavy piece of firewood in my lap as a makeshift weapon. When the knocking started, I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. It went on for hours, stopping just before sunrise. When morning finally came, I packed my bags and left without looking back. The drive home was long and silent, the weight of the past week settling over me like a shroud. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, every car behind me a potential threat. By the time I reached my apartment, I was exhausted but relieved. It's been months since that trip, but the memory of it still haunts me. I never found out who or what was knocking on the cabin door. I've told myself it doesn't matter, that it's better not to know. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hear a soft knock at my own door, and my blood runs cold. I've never answered. I don't think I ever will. I decided to take a solo trip to a remote cabin deep in the woods. It had been years since I'd done anything for myself, and after months of stress at work, I needed a break. The idea of being surrounded by nothing but nature, with no phone calls or emails to interrupt, felt like the perfect escape. The cabin I rented was in a dense forest about 3 hours from the nearest town. The rental listing described it as off the grid, and I liked the sound of that. I arrived in the late afternoon. The road leading to the cabin was rough and narrow, barely wide enough for my car. Overgrown bushes scraped against the sides as I navigated the last stretch, and the tires kicked up a cloud of dirt. When I finally reached the clearing where the cabin sat, I felt a mix of relief and unease. The cabin was smaller than I'd expected, with weathered wooden planks and a slanted tin roof. It had a single window at the front and a small porch with a couple of rickety chairs. Surrounding it was nothing but towering trees and dense undergrowth. The air was heavy with the smell of pine and damp earth. It was quiet, so quiet that I could hear my own breathing. I unloaded my supplies: canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and some basic tools. I had also brought a small gas-powered generator, as the cabin didn't have electricity. Inside, the cabin was as basic as it got. A small wood-burning stove sat in one corner, with a stack of firewood next to it. There was a cot with a thin mattress, a table with a single chair, and a few shelves holding dusty pots and pans. A large window at the back faced the forest, letting in the fading light of the day. After unpacking, I started a fire in the stove and heated up a can of soup. I ate while sitting on the porch, listening to the sounds of the forest. There wasn't much to hear, just the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest grew darker and more intimidating. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the dense trees seemed to close in, their shadows stretching across the clearing. I went back inside, locked the door, and settled in for the night. The cabin's single oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the walls. I read a book for a while, then climbed into the cot. The mattress was lumpy and uncomfortable, but I was exhausted from the drive and fell asleep quickly. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to a sound. At first, I couldn't tell what it was. It was faint, almost like whispering, but it didn't make sense. I sat up, straining to hear. The sound stopped. I told myself it was probably the wind or an animal outside and tried to go back to sleep. But as I lay there, I felt a growing sense of unease. The cabin felt too quiet, like the forest outside was holding its breath. The next morning, I shrugged off the strange feeling. I spent the day exploring the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, with narrow trails winding between the trees. I found a small stream not far from the cabin and spent some time sitting by the water, letting the sound of the current calm my nerves. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was already sinking low in the sky. That night, the strange sounds returned. This time, they were louder and more distinct. It wasn't whispering anymore. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. My heart pounded as I sat up in the cot, clutching the flashlight. I pointed the beam at the window, but all I could see was darkness. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but deep down I wasn't convinced. The footsteps stopped, and the silence that followed was almost worse. I stayed awake for hours, listening for any sound, but there was nothing. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into a restless sleep. The next day, I noticed something strange. Around the cabin, the undergrowth looked trampled, as if someone or something had been moving through it. There were no clear footprints, just areas where the grass and leaves were flattened. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination running wild. That evening, as I was sitting on the porch, I felt like I was being watched. The forest seemed darker than usual, the trees casting long shadows that stretched toward the cabin. I couldn't shake the feeling, so I went inside and locked the door earlier than usual. I made sure all the windows were secure and double-checked the lock on the door. I even placed a chair under the doorknob just in case. The night was long and tense. The sound started again, this time closer and more distinct. The footsteps circled the cabin, pausing near the windows. I turned off the lamp and crouched in the corner, clutching the flashlight and a kitchen knife. My heart was pounding so loudly I was sure whoever was outside could hear it. Hours passed before the sounds finally stopped. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. I stepped outside to find more trampled undergrowth around the cabin. This time, I noticed something that chilled me to the bone. A piece of fabric caught on a branch near the back of the cabin. It was small, like a shred of clothing, and it didn't look old. Someone had been out there. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking as I stuffed everything into my bags. As I loaded the car, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to step out of the trees. The forest was eerily silent, as if it was watching me leave. The drive back to civilization felt like it took forever. I didn't feel safe until I was back on the main road, surrounded by other cars. Even then, the sense of unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched, that whoever had been outside the cabin might have followed me. When I got home, I contacted the company that rented out the cabin. I told them about the strange noises and the trampled undergrowth, but they brushed it off, saying it was probably just animals. I knew better. Something or someone had been out there. To this day, I don't know who it was or what they wanted. All I know is that I'll never go back to that cabin, and I'll think twice before heading into the woods alone again. It started as a way to escape the grind. I'd been working too many hours, glued to a desk, staring at a screen for days that blurred together. My body ached, my mind felt sluggish, and I was desperate for a break. When a coworker suggested renting a remote cabin for a weekend, I jumped on the idea. I found a small place online, tucked deep into the woods, miles away from the nearest town. The photos looked perfect, simple but cozy, surrounded by trees so dense they seemed to swallow the world. The drive out there was peaceful. Once I left the highway, the roads became narrower, winding through endless forests. By the time I reached the turnoff for the cabin, I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The gravel road leading to the property was rough, with potholes and overgrown bushes scraping against the sides of my car. It was a slow, bumpy ride, but when I finally pulled up to the cabin, I felt a sense of relief. It looked just like the pictures. A small wooden structure with a porch, a fire pit out front, and a stack of firewood neatly piled against the side. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. I unpacked quickly, eager to settle in. The cabin was as simple inside as it was outside. A single room with a bed, a kitchenette, and a small table. There was a wood-burning stove for heat and a lantern for light since there was no electricity. The owner had left a note on the table with basic instructions: how to start the stove, where to find extra blankets, and a reminder to keep the doors and windows shut to keep out wildlife. After setting my things down, I decided to explore the area. There was a narrow trail leading from the cabin into the woods, and I followed it for a while, breathing in the fresh air and feeling my tension start to melt away. The trail wound through dense trees, with only occasional glimpses of the sky above. I walked for what felt like an hour before the path ended at a small clearing with a stream running through it. I sat on a rock by the water, watching the sunlight dance on the rippling surface. It was the kind of peace I'd been craving. As the sun started to dip lower in the sky, I made my way back to the cabin. The forest felt different on the return trip. Darker, quieter. The shadows seemed longer, and the wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun had set, and the woods were bathed in twilight. I lit the lantern and started a fire in the stove, the warm glow filling the small space. That first night, I slept deeply. The bed was more comfortable than I expected, and the sounds of the forest, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, lulled me to sleep. When I woke the next morning, I felt more rested than I had in weeks. I spent the day reading, writing in a journal, and taking another walk along the trail. It was everything I'd hoped for, but on the second night, something changed. I just settled into bed, the fire in the stove crackling softly, when I heard a noise outside. It was faint at first, just a rustling sound, like something moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the sound grew louder, closer. Then came a thud, as if something heavy had fallen or been dropped onto the porch. I froze, my heart pounding. The cabin had no curtains, and the lantern had been turned off, leaving the interior in near darkness. I lay there, straining to hear, my ears picking up every creak of the wood, every whisper of the wind. Another thud, this time louder. It sounded deliberate. I told myself it could be a branch falling, but deep down, I didn't believe it. Gathering my courage, I slipped out of bed and grabbed the flashlight I'd left on the table. I shone the beam toward the window, but the glass reflected the light back at me, making it impossible to see outside. My pulse raced as I crept to the door and pressed my ear against it. The sound had stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but there was only silence. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was nothing and crawled back into bed, though it took a long time for sleep to find me. The next morning, I stepped onto the porch and saw something that made my stomach churn. In the dirt, just a few feet from the steps, were footprints. They were faint but unmistakable, the shape of a boot pressed into the soft ground. They weren't mine. I hadn't been out that night, and they were too large to be from earlier. My first thought was that someone had been snooping around, but the cabin was so remote that it didn't make sense. Who would come all the way out here? I spent the day trying to shake the unease. I stuck close to the cabin, only venturing out to gather some wood for the stove. The forest felt less welcoming now, the towering trees seeming to close in around me. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me. But there was no one. That night, the sounds returned. This time, they started earlier, just after I turned off the lantern. At first, it was the same rustling and thudding, but then came something new. A faint tapping, like fingers drumming on the wood of the porch. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I stayed in bed, clutching the flashlight, my body tense. The tapping continued for what felt like hours before it stopped abruptly. The next morning, I found more footprints, this time closer to the cabin. They circled the building, disappearing into the woods. I knew I should leave, but my pride wouldn't let me. I'd come out here to prove I could handle being alone, that I didn't need the constant hum of city life to feel secure. I told myself it was probably just a hiker who'd gotten lost, someone who'd stumbled across the cabin by chance. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I spent the day preparing to leave, packing my things and tidying up the cabin. I planned to drive out first thing in the morning, not wanting to navigate the rough gravel road in the dark. That night, I didn't bother trying to sleep. I sat in the chair by the stove, the fire burning low, flashlight in hand. The sound started again, louder than before. Thuds, rustling, and that same tapping. Then came a new sound, a low guttural noise, like a growl or a moan. It sent chills down my spine. I decided I couldn't wait until morning. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, my flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. As I stepped onto the porch, I froze. The footprints were back, leading from the woods to the cabin and then circling it again. My car was only a few yards away, but it felt like miles. I forced myself to move, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. As I started the engine, the headlights illuminated the edge of the forest. For a split second, I thought I saw movement, a shadow slipping between the trees. I didn't wait to find out. I drove as fast as the rough road would allow, the car bouncing and jolting over the potholes. When I finally reached the highway, I felt a wave of relief, though I didn't slow down until I was miles away. I never figured out who or what had been outside the cabin those nights. When I returned the key to the owner, I didn't mention the footprints or the sounds. I didn't want to explain why I'd left a day early. To this day, I can't say for sure what happened out there. Maybe it was just an animal or a drifter passing through. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hear a sound outside my window, a faint tapping, and my mind will go back to that cabin in the woods, and I'll wonder if I'll ever truly feel safe again. I had always loved the solitude of the mountains. Growing up in a crowded city, the idea of being surrounded by nothing but trees and silence was a dream come true. So, when I came across a listing for an old cabin nestled deep in the forest, I jumped at the chance to rent it for a week. The description was simple: no electricity, no running water, and no cell service. That was exactly what I wanted. A complete break from the chaos of everyday life. The drive to the cabin was long and winding. As I got closer, the paved roads turned into gravel, and eventually, The gravel turned into a narrow dirt path barely wide enough for my car. It was late afternoon by the time I arrived, the sun dipping low behind the tall pines. The cabin was small but sturdy, with weathered wooden walls and a steeply slanted roof. There was a fire pit out front, a stack of chopped wood by the side, and a creek running just a few yards away. It was perfect. After unloading my supplies, I took a moment to soak it all in. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant trickle of the creek. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. The first night was uneventful. I lit a fire in the small wood stove, cooked a simple meal, and read by the light of a kerosene lamp. The darkness outside was absolute, the kind of blackness you never experience in the city. I went to bed early, the silence so complete that it almost felt oppressive. But I told myself this was what I wanted. No distractions, no noise, just me and the wilderness. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek for a while, letting it guide me deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser the further I went, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. I came across a few animal tracks and even spotted a deer in the distance. It was peaceful, though I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I chalked it up to my imagination and headed back to the cabin. That night, as I was preparing dinner, I heard something outside. It was a faint rustling, like footsteps on dry leaves. I froze, listening intently, but the sound stopped. After a few moments, I convinced myself it was just an animal. There were plenty of deer and raccoons in the area, after all. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. They weren't mine. They were larger, heavier, and spaced farther apart. My heart raced as I crouched down to examine them. They looked human, but why would anyone be out here? The nearest town was miles away, and this cabin wasn't exactly easy to find. I spent the rest of the day on edge, jumping at every little sound. I tried to focus on my book, but I couldn't concentrate. Every creak of the wood stove, every gust of wind rattling the windows, made my pulse quicken. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the footprints were probably from a hiker who had passed through before I arrived. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I locked the door and wedged a chair under the doorknob. I kept the kerosene lamp burning, its flickering light casting long shadows across the walls. Sleep didn't come easy. I lay in bed, straining to hear anything out of the ordinary. At some point, exhaustion must have taken over, because I woke up to the pale light of dawn streaming through the windows. Relieved to have made it through the night, I stepped outside to get some fresh air. That's when I saw it. On the cabin's front door, carved deep into the wood, was a single word, "Leave." My blood ran cold. The letters were jagged, as if they'd been hastily scratched with a knife or some other sharp object. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. Panic set in. I grabbed my phone, even though I knew there was no service. I turned it on anyway, hoping against hope that I could get a signal, but the screen remained stubbornly blank. I considered packing up and leaving right then and there, but the thought of driving down that narrow, winding dirt road in broad daylight was nerve-wracking enough. Doing it in a panic felt even worse. I decided to wait until morning, when I'd be less likely to make a mistake. The rest of the day was tense. I stayed inside, keeping the curtains drawn and the door locked. I didn't light a fire, not wanting to draw attention to myself. Every creak and groan of the old cabin made my heart race. By nightfall, I was a bundle of nerves. That night was the worst. I barely slept, jolting awake at every little sound. At one point, I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. They stopped right outside the door. I held my breath, clutching the small hatchet I'd found in the cabin. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. Eventually, the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I didn't dare move until the first light of dawn. When morning came, I wasted no time. I packed up my things, threw them into the car, and started down the dirt road. My hands were trembling as I gripped the steering wheel, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. The sense of relief I felt when I finally reached the main road was overwhelming. I never found out who or what was out there. Maybe it was a prank, or maybe someone was genuinely trying to scare me off. Either way, I knew one thing for certain: I wouldn't be coming back. I'd been dreaming about this trip for years. A remote cabin in the middle of nowhere, nestled deep in the mountains. No cell service, no internet, just me and the wilderness. It sounded like heaven, an escape from the grind of daily life, a chance to reset. I found the cabin on a website that specialized in off-grid retreats. The photos showed a rustic but well-maintained structure surrounded by dense forest. The description promised total seclusion, with the nearest town nearly 20 miles away. That's exactly what I wanted. I packed the essentials: canned food, a small camping stove, plenty of water, a first aid kit, and a few basic tools. The cabin supposedly had a wood-burning stove and a few solar panels for light, but I wasn't expecting luxury. I also brought a satellite GPS for emergencies. My car, a sturdy SUV, was loaded to the brim with supplies. I planned to stay a full week. The drive was long but scenic. As I left the paved roads behind and started climbing higher into the mountains, the scenery grew more stunning. Towering pines lined the narrow dirt road, their tops swaying gently in the wind. Patches of snow clung stubbornly to shaded areas, even though it was late spring. My excitement grew with every mile. This was exactly what I needed. When I arrived at the cabin, I was struck by its beauty. It was small, just one story with a steeply pitched roof and a wide front porch. The wood was weathered but solid, and a stack of split logs sat neatly by the front door. The air smelled of pine and earth, and the only sounds were birdsong and the rustling of leaves. I stepped out of the car, stretched, and took it all in. For the first time in months, I felt a deep sense of peace. The first day passed uneventfully. I unpacked my things, checked the cabin for any issues, and explored the immediate area. A narrow trail led from the back of the cabin into the woods, and I followed it for a while, marveling at the quiet. By the time I returned, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the trees. I lit a fire in the wood stove, cooked a simple meal, and settled into the single armchair with a book. Sleep came easily that night. The second day, I ventured farther from the cabin. I hiked for hours, following the trail until it petered out into thick underbrush. The solitude was exhilarating. I saw no signs of other people, just animal tracks and the occasional bird or squirrel. By mid-afternoon, I was tired and headed back, eager for a hot meal and some rest. As I approached the cabin, I noticed something odd. The front door was ajar. I was certain I'd closed it that morning. I'm meticulous about things like that, especially in a remote place where animals could wander in. My first thought was that a strong gust of wind had blown it open, but there hadn't been any wind that day, and the door had a latch that wouldn't easily come undone. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding, before stepping cautiously inside. Nothing seemed out of place. My belongings were untouched, and the cabin was silent. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I checked every corner, even under the bed and inside the tiny closet. Nothing. Telling myself I was being paranoid, I secured the door and double-checked the latch before settling in for the evening. But that night, I slept lightly, waking at every creak and groan of the old wood. The next morning, I found tracks in the dirt outside the cabin. At first, I thought they belonged to an animal, but the more I looked, the less certain I became. They were faint, as if someone had been walking carefully, trying not to leave a trace. They led from the edge of the forest to the cabin and then disappeared. I'd hiked enough to know the difference between animal and human tracks, and these looked human. Cold knot formed in my stomach. Who else would be out here? The rental website had emphasized the cabin's isolation. I'd passed no other vehicles on the way up and seen no signs of other people. Trying to stay calm, I convinced myself that it must have been a hunter or another hiker who'd wandered too close. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept the door locked and carried a sturdy hiking stick whenever I stepped outside. I spent hours chopping wood, partly to keep busy and partly to have a weapon at hand. The day passed without incident, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, the uneasy feeling returned. That night, I woke to a sound. It was faint at first, barely audible over the crackle of the dying fire. A soft, rhythmic tapping. My heart raced as I strained to listen. The sound was coming from the porch. I grabbed my flashlight and the hiking stick, my hands trembling. Taking a deep breath, I moved toward the door. When I opened it, the porch was empty. The tapping stopped immediately. I shone the flashlight into the darkness, but the beam revealed nothing but trees and shadows. My nerves were frayed, but I told myself it was just the wind or a branch brushing against the cabin. I locked the door again and tried to go back to sleep, but it was a long time before my racing heart calmed enough to let me drift off. The next day, I found more tracks around the cabin. These were clearer, and there was no mistaking their shape. Bare human feet. The prints circled the cabin, coming disturbingly close to the windows. Panic set in. Whoever it was, they'd been watching me. I considered leaving, but the thought of navigating the narrow, unpaved road at night made me hesitate. I decided to wait until morning. That evening, I built a fire in the wood stove and sat with my back against the wall, facing the door. I kept the hiking stick within reach and my flashlight on the floor beside me. Hours passed in tense silence. Around midnight, the tapping started again. This time, it was louder and more deliberate. My blood ran cold. Whoever it was, they were taunting me. I forced myself to stay calm. I didn't want to confront them. Not alone, not in the dark. Instead, I waited, heart pounding, until the sound stopped. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, silence returned. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching the stick and jumping at every sound. When dawn broke, I packed my things as quickly as I could. I'd had enough. As I loaded the car, I felt eyes on me. But when I looked around, the woods were empty. The drive down the mountain was nerve-wracking. Every shadow, every movement in the trees set my heart racing. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. At a small diner, I told the waitress about my experience. She listened with a furrowed brow, then told me something that sent chills down my spine. Over the years, there had been reports of strange occurrences near that area. Disappearances, abandoned campsites, even rumors of hermits living deep in the forest. She didn't know if any of it was true, but her words confirmed what I'd already decided. I wasn't going back. I returned the cabin keys to the rental agency and drove home, my hands gripping the wheel tightly the entire way. Weeks later, I still couldn't shake the memory. The tapping, the tracks, the feeling of being watched. I'd wanted isolation, but I'd gotten more than I bargained for. Now, the thought of being alone in the woods no longer feels like peace. Feels like a warning. I've always loved being out in nature, away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. That's why I decided to take a solo trip to a small cabin tucked deep in the woods. The kind of place where the nearest neighbor is miles away and the only sounds you hear are the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. The cabin wasn't anything special, just a simple, wooden structure with a few basic amenities. a bed, a small stove for cooking, and a wooden table, the kind of place that promises peace and solitude. I had planned to spend a weekend there, just unwinding and reconnecting with myself. I had been stressed at work and figured that a few days in the woods would clear my mind. The road leading to the cabin was narrow and winding, with trees pressing close to the edges, casting long shadows. As I pulled up, the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The air was crisp, and I could smell the pine and damp earth. I parked my car outside and grabbed my bag, making sure I had everything I needed for the next few days. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The inside smelled of wood and age, the kind of scent that immediately made you feel like the place had been standing there for decades, maybe longer. I set my stuff down and took a moment to absorb the surroundings. It was peaceful, so quiet that it felt almost unnatural. I figured it would take a little while to adjust, but I was excited for the silence. I liked it. After settling in, I unpacked and prepared a simple dinner on the small stove. As the sun set completely, the sky darkened and the stars began to appear, one by one, in the vast black canvas above. I felt a sense of calm as I ate my meal, sitting by the small table near the window, watching the trees sway gently in the night breeze. But something about the night felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on right away, but I felt like I was being watched. Maybe it was just the unfamiliar isolation, or maybe it was the way the shadows seemed to dance just outside the cabin, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something lurking in the dark. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination. I finished eating, washed up, and decided to go to bed early. The bed was comfortable enough, with a thick quilt and soft pillows. I lay there in the dark, listening to the wind whistling through the trees and the occasional crack of wood somewhere far off in the distance. But then I heard it. At first, it was faint, just a rustling sound outside. I thought it might have been an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon moving through the brush. But then it came again, louder this time, like someone was walking around the cabin, brushing up against the walls. My heart skipped a beat. There was no one else around for miles. At least that's what I thought. I tried to ignore it, pulling the covers up tighter around me. But the sound kept coming. Steady, slow footsteps, like someone was pacing around the cabin, just out of sight. I lay there, frozen, listening, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear or some other large animal. But something told me it wasn't. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and cautiously got out of bed, my feet barely making a sound as I moved toward the window. I slowly pulled the curtain aside, holding my breath. Outside, the yard was bathed in moonlight, and I saw nothing, just trees, the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. But that feeling of being watched didn't go away. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of unease that I couldn't shake. I tried to convince myself it was all just my imagination, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. I decided to take a walk to clear my head. Maybe some fresh air would help. The woods around the cabin were thick, and the trail was overgrown, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. I took my time, breathing in the earthy smell of the forest, letting the quiet of the woods calm me. It was peaceful, and for a while, I almost forgot about the strange feeling from the night before. But then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as I got closer, I realized it was a small, weathered shack tucked away behind a thicket of trees. It was the kind of structure you'd expect to find abandoned, the kind of place you'd avoid if you were smart. But curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to check it out. I pushed through the brush, making my way toward the shack. As I got closer, I saw that the door was hanging off its hinges, and the small window was cracked. I hesitated for a moment, but then I stepped inside. The air was musty, thick with the smell of mildew and decay. Inside, there was nothing but old furniture. broken chairs, a rusted stove, and a dusty table. But on the far wall, there was something odd. A large, old-fashioned map, pinned to the wood. It was yellowed with age, and the ink was faded, but I could make out some markings, locations, trails, and what looked like old paths that no longer existed. It seemed out of place, like someone had left it here for a reason. Suddenly, I heard something, a rustling sound. It was coming from outside the shack. I froze, my heart racing. Was someone out there? The footsteps from last night, the feeling of being watched, it all came flooding back. I quickly backed out of the shack, my eyes scanning the woods. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but I felt that same gnawing sense of dread in my gut. I returned to the cabin, my mind racing. Was I just imagining things? Had I been too quick to assume something was wrong? Maybe it was all just in my head, a side effect of being alone in the woods. But that night, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness settled in again, the sounds started once more. Steady footsteps, slow and deliberate, pacing around the cabin. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I was no longer alone in these woods. I quickly packed my things, grabbed the essentials, and prepared to leave. The night had fallen completely, and the moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long, eerie shadows. I wasn't sticking around to find out who or what was out there. As I drove away, the cabin disappearing behind me in the rearview mirror, I finally felt a sense of relief. The further I got, the more the oppressive feeling lifted. I didn't know what had been happening, and I didn't want to know. All I wanted was to be away from that place. I wasn't sure if I had stumbled onto something hidden in the woods or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But either way, I wasn't coming back. The next day, I heard a story from a local about the cabin. Apparently, it had been abandoned years ago after the previous owner had gone missing. No one knew what had happened to him, but they said he had been obsessed with those old maps, and some folks thought he'd gone crazy out there. I don't know if it was just superstition or something darker, but after hearing that, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something I couldn't understand. And that was enough for me. I never returned to those woods, and I've never forgotten the strange feeling that I wasn't alone out there. It all started when I decided to take some time off from the usual chaos of city life. A little solitude. A cabin tucked deep in the woods seemed like the perfect retreat. I'd found the place online, hidden away in some remote forest miles from civilization. It looked like the kind of place you could truly disconnect, with no Wi-Fi, no cell service, just nature. I arrived late afternoon, the sun hanging low in the sky. The road leading up to the cabin was barely more than a dirt path, winding through thick trees and dense brush. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the smell of pine and damp earth. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. The cabin itself was old but well kept, sitting on the edge of a small clearing. It had a stone chimney, wooden shutters on the windows, and a porch with a couple of rocking chairs. The kind of place you'd see in movies about quiet getaways. As I stepped inside, I was hit with the smell of aged wood and mustiness, but it was a comforting kind of musty. The floors creaked as I walked through the small, rustic interior, a single light hanging from the low ceiling. There was a small kitchen with an old stove, a living room with a worn-out couch, and a tiny bathroom with a clawfoot tub. Everything about it screamed simplicity and tranquility. It was exactly what I needed. I spent the first few hours settling in, unpacking my things, and starting a fire in the stone fireplace. The crackling of the fire was soothing, and the shadows it cast on the walls gave the cabin a cozy, almost homey feel. I opened the windows to let in the cool air, the evening light spilling in, and I sat on the couch, staring at the flames. I felt at peace, something I hadn't felt in months. It was exactly what I was looking for. But as the sun sank below the horizon, that's when things started to change. I wasn't sure at first, just a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that something was off. At first, it was just little things, like hearing a faint sound of something shifting in the woods outside, or the sudden, almost imperceptible creaking of the cabin's walls. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was just the house settling or the wind. I decided to go outside and take a walk around the cabin, stretch my legs. The woods around the cabin were dark now, the trees towering over me as I made my way around the clearing. There was something eerie about the place at night, the quiet almost deafening. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, but there was no one around. I told myself I was being paranoid, overthinking things. I circled the cabin, checking the perimeter. The clearing was small, maybe only a few 100 feet across, surrounded by trees. Nothing seemed out of place, but as I was about to head back inside, I noticed something strange on the ground. A small, unmarked patch of disturbed earth, as if something heavy had been dragged through the dirt. I crouched down, running my fingers over the ground. It wasn't recent, there were no fresh tracks, but the earth had definitely been moved. I stood up, suddenly feeling uneasy. I didn't want to think about it. It was probably just an animal, something simple. I told myself to stop overthinking it, but as I turned to go back inside, I heard it. A faint sound, coming from the trees just beyond the clearing. A rustling, like something moving through the brush. It was too deliberate to be an animal. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced, who would be out here? I glanced around, but there was nothing, just darkness and the silent trees. I told myself again to relax, that it was nothing, but the unease continued to gnaw at me. That night, I lay in bed, wide awake. The cabin was quiet, too quiet. The fire had long since burned out, and I could hear nothing but the sound of my own breathing. But every so often, I swore I could hear something moving outside, soft footsteps crunching over the fallen leaves. I tried to ignore it, pulling the blanket tighter around me, but the noise was persistent. I couldn't get comfortable. Around midnight, I finally gave in. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside again, determined to find the source of the noise. The night air was colder now, biting at my skin, and the wind had picked up, rustling the leaves and making the trees sway. I scanned the woods with the beam of the flashlight, my hand trembling slightly. I called out once, but the only answer was the sound of the wind. Then I saw something. Just for a second, in the distance, a figure, a shape moving through the trees. It wasn't big, but it was too distinct to be an animal. It was human, person, but I couldn't make out any details. My heart leaped into my throat. Who would be out here this late? I backed away slowly, not wanting to take my eyes off the spot where I'd seen the figure. I stayed frozen for a long time, but there was no sign of movement. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe the shadows were playing tricks on me. Still, I didn't feel safe. I went back inside, locked the door, and made sure every window was shut tight. I kept the flashlight with me, shining it through the cabin at random intervals, expecting to see something outside every time I turned it toward the window. But nothing ever came. The next day, I decided to leave. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and I couldn't take the tension any longer. I packed my things, took one last look around the cabin, and headed toward the car. But as I walked away from the cabin, I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. Near the edge of the clearing, where the trees started, there was a mark on the ground, a faint trail leading into the woods, as if someone had walked through the grass. But it wasn't a normal trail. The grass was flattened, the dirt disturbed, and there were small, strange indentations along the ground. I knelt down, my heart hammering in my chest. The marks were odd, too straight, too deliberate, as if something or someone had dragged something heavy along the ground. My breath caught in my throat. The idea of a person, maybe more than one, out there in the woods watching me was too much to bear. I didn't wait to investigate further. I turned and ran toward the car, adrenaline pumping through my veins. When I finally reached the car, I sped out of the woods without looking back. As I drove down the dirt path, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the clearing, watching me leave. But there was nothing. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. I pulled into a gas station and sat in my car, trying to catch my breath. I don't know what I saw out there. I don't know who or what was in the woods that night. But I can tell you this, there's something about those woods, something I'll never understand, and I'll never be going back to that cabin. I remember that weekend like it was yesterday. I had been planning a solo retreat to clear my head after months of stress at work. A friend had recommended a remote cabin deep in the woods, about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town. They said it was perfect for solitude. It sounded ideal at the time, just me, nature, and the quiet. The drive up was uneventful. The road twisted and turned through thick forests, the kind where sunlight barely makes it through the canopy. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked as advertised, rustic but sturdy, with a small porch out front and a stone chimney. There was no electricity or running water, but I had come prepared with plenty of supplies, including a portable solar charger, a lantern, and a large jug of water. The first evening was peaceful. I settled in quickly, unpacked my things, and lit a fire in the old stone fireplace. The cabin smelled faintly of pine and smoke, and as the sun dipped below the trees, the woods grew dark and quiet. I sat on the porch for a while, sipping tea and listening to the sounds of the forest. Occasionally, I'd hear the rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl, but otherwise, it was silent. The first strange thing happened the next morning. I woke up early, just as the sun was rising. Stepping outside, I noticed something odd. Around the cabin, the ground was covered in a fine layer of dirt and pine needles, but there were fresh footprints leading from the woods to the porch. They weren't mine. These were larger and deeper, as if made by someone much heavier than me. They stopped just a few feet from the front door and then disappeared. I'm not the type to jump to conclusions, so I brushed it off. Maybe a hiker had wandered by, or perhaps an animal had made the tracks, though they looked distinctly human. I spent the rest of the morning exploring the area around the cabin, venturing a short distance into the woods. The forest was dense, and it was easy to lose my bearings, so I made sure to keep the cabin within sight. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't anything concrete, just a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that made me glance over my shoulder more than once. By midday, I was back at the cabin. I made a simple lunch and spent the afternoon reading. The sense of unease from earlier had mostly faded, but I still felt a little on edge. To distract myself, I decided to chop some firewood. The rhythmic motion was calming, and the sound of the axe splitting logs echoed through the trees. That night, things took a darker turn. Around midnight, I was woken by a noise outside. It was faint at first, a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across the porch. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and strained to listen. The sound stopped, leaving only the silence of the forest. Telling myself it was probably an animal, I tried to go back to sleep, but a few minutes later, the noise started again, louder this time. I grabbed the flashlight from my bedside table and crept to the window. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the porch. Nothing. The porch was empty. I shone the light around the yard, but there was no sign of anything unusual. Still, the sound continued, now seeming to come from the back of the cabin. Summoning my courage, I stepped outside, flashlight in hand. The cold night air bit at my skin as I circled the cabin. At the back, I found what had been making the noise. A large branch, jagged and broken, lying on the ground. It looked as if it had been dragged there deliberately, but by what I couldn't say. I pushed it aside and returned to the cabin, bolting the door behind me. The next day, I decided to check the area more thoroughly. I found more footprints in the dirt, similar to the ones I'd seen before, but now they circled the cabin. They were erratic, crisscrossing, and doubling back on themselves. I followed one set into the woods, but they disappeared after a few yards. It was unsettling, but I tried to stay rational. Maybe someone else was camping nearby, though I hadn't seen or heard any signs of other people. I spent most of that day inside, keeping the fire going and trying to focus on my book. As night fell, I felt a growing sense of dread. I double-checked all the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. Despite my precautions, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind outside, set my nerves on edge. The final night was the worst. I had just started to drift off when a loud banging jolted me awake. It was coming from the front door, heavy and insistent, as if someone were trying to break it down. My heart raced as I grabbed the flashlight and a knife from the kitchen. The banging stopped abruptly, and silence fell again. I waited, listening intently. Then I heard it. The sound of breathing, low and guttural, just outside the door. I froze, gripping the knife tightly. The breathing continued for what felt like an eternity before fading away. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting by the fire with the knife in my lap, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally broke, I packed my things as quickly as I could. As I loaded the car, I found one last chilling detail. On the porch, etched into the wood with what looked like a knife, was a single word: leave. I didn't need any more convincing. I drove away from that cabin and never looked back. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there, but I've never felt the same about being alone in the woods. Some places are better left undisturbed. I had been planning a solo getaway for weeks, needing a break from the relentless pace of city life. A small cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect escape. It wasn't anything fancy, just a rustic place I found on a rental site. The pictures showed a modest wooden cabin nestled between tall pines, with a small porch and a view of a lake. It was remote, and that's exactly what I wanted: silence and solitude. The drive out there was uneventful but long. I left early in the morning, the city's noise fading behind me as I ventured deeper into the countryside. The roads became narrower, winding through forests that seemed to stretch forever. My phone lost signal about an hour before I arrived, which I expected. The isolation was part of the charm, though I did feel a slight unease as the road turned to gravel and the trees grew thicker. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked just like the pictures. It stood alone, surrounded by dense woods on 3 sides and a clear view of the lake on the 4th. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I parked my car a few feet from the porch and unloaded my bags. The silence was almost overwhelming. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustle of leaves or chirp of a bird. Inside, the cabin was simple. There was a small living area with a worn couch and a wood-burning stove, a kitchenette with basic appliances, and a single bedroom with a queen-sized bed. The bathroom was tiny but functional. I noticed the windows had thick curtains, which seemed odd given the lack of nearby neighbors, but I didn't think much of it. After unpacking, I made myself a quick meal and stepped onto the porch to take in the view. The lake was still, its surface reflecting the gray sky. I sat on a wooden chair and watched as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the water. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I realized I wasn't used to this level of quiet. Back home, there was always some background noise, even at night. Here, the silence felt heavy, pressing against my ears. That first night, I slept uneasily. The bed was comfortable enough, but every creak of the cabin, every groan of the wooden beams, seemed amplified in the stillness. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I peered through the curtains, there was nothing but darkness. I told myself it was just animals. After all, this was their territory. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. There was a narrow trail that wound through the woods, and I followed it for a couple of miles. The trees were tall and close together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. I came across a few animal tracks, but no signs of other people. The solitude was starting to feel less like a blessing and more like a weight. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The front door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it before leaving. My stomach tightened as I stepped inside, scanning the room. Nothing seemed out of place. My bags were untouched, and the cabin was just as I had left it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I spent the afternoon trying to relax, reading a book and sitting by the lake. But my mind kept wandering back to the door. Had I really left it open, or was someone else out here? I told myself I was being paranoid. This was a secluded spot, miles from the nearest town. Who would come all the way out here? That night, I locked the door and checked it twice before going to bed. I even propped a chair against it just in case. Sleep came in fits and starts. Around midnight, I woke to a sound. It wasn't a creak or a groan this time. It was a deliberate noise, like something tapping against the window. My heart raced as I lay there, listening. Top, top, top. It was slow and steady, coming from the living room. I forced myself to get up, every nerve in my body screaming to stay put. Grabbing a flashlight, I crept into the living room. The tapping stopped as soon as I entered. I shone the light on the window, but there was nothing there, just the reflection of the room. My hands were shaking as I checked the lock. It was secure. Trying to calm myself, I told myself it was probably a branch or a bird. Still, I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep. I sat on the couch, flashlight in hand, and waited for morning. The next day, I decided to cut my trip short. The peace and quiet I had craved were gone, replaced by a constant sense of unease. But when I tried to start my car, it wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple, but I didn't have the tools or knowledge to fix it. I was stranded. I spent the day trying to distract myself, but every little noise set me on edge. By late afternoon, I decided to hike back to the main road. It was a few miles, but I figured I could flag down a passing car or find a house with a phone. I packed a bag with some water and a flashlight and set off. The woods felt different this time. The air was heavier, the shadows darker. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I'd stop and look over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, and the trees began to look the same, making it hard to tell if I was going the right way. As the sun set, I realized I wasn't going to make it to the road before dark. I cursed myself for leaving so late. My flashlight's beam cut through the growing darkness, but it felt like a tiny island of light in an ocean of black. The sounds of the forest grew louder, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. My imagination ran wild, conjuring images of animals or worse, someone following me. Then I saw it, a figure, just at the edge of the flashlight's range. It was standing still, partially obscured by the trees. My heart leapt into my throat as I froze, the light trembling in my hand. I called out, but there was no response. The figure didn't move. Summoning every ounce of courage, I took a step forward, shining the light directly at it. It was a tree, just a tree, its gnarled branches forming a vaguely human shape. I let out a shaky laugh, feeling a mix of relief and embarrassment. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I quickened my pace, practically jogging down the trail. When I finally saw the cabin's lights through the trees, I almost cried with relief. I stumbled inside, locking the door behind me and collapsing onto the couch. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the day. I told myself I'd hike out first thing in the morning, when it was light. I'd figure out the car later. But that night was the worst. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps on the porch. They were slow and deliberate, moving from one side of the cabin to the other. My mouth went dry as I lay there, listening. Whoever it was stopped at the front door. Then a soft knock. I didn't move. My breathing was shallow, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. The knock came again, louder this time. Then silence. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Finally, I heard the footsteps retreat, fading into the night. I didn't sleep after that. When dawn broke, I grabbed my bag and left the cabin without looking back. The trail to the main road felt endless, but I kept going, driven by pure adrenaline. When I finally reached the road, I flagged down a passing truck. The driver, an older man, gave me a ride to the nearest town. I didn't tell him everything, just that my car had broken down and I needed help. Later, when I returned with a mechanic, the cabin felt different. The door was open, and inside, the chair I had propped against it was knocked over. Nothing else seemed disturbed, but the sight chilled me to the bone. The mechanic fixed my car, and I left without a word. I never found out who or what had been outside that night. Maybe it was a drifter, maybe a prankster, or maybe just my imagination running wild. But one thing is certain. I won't be going back to that cabin or any cabin anytime soon. It started as a simple idea for a peaceful getaway. Life had been overwhelming for months, and I felt like I needed to step away from the noise of the city. The stress of work, the constant emails, the endless calls, they all weighed on me. A quiet cabin in the woods sounded perfect. A colleague mentioned knowing someone who rented out an old cabin about 2 hours from the city. It wasn't listed anywhere online, but it was supposed to be serene and secluded. Exactly what I was looking for. The drive out was uneventful. The highway stretched into smaller roads that eventually turned into a single gravel lane cutting through dense forest. The air changed as I got closer, smelling of pine and damp earth. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked exactly how I had imagined. Small, weathered wood, a slanted roof, and a wraparound porch. The place was surrounded by tall trees, their canopies almost blocking out the sky. There was a small clearing in front with a fire pit, and beyond that, nothing but woods. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A single room with a small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, and a bed tucked into the corner. A small bathroom was attached, with just enough space for a shower and toilet. The windows were large, letting in the natural light and offering views of the forest. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, and my phone barely had a signal. That was fine by me. I wanted to disconnect. The first day passed quietly. I unpacked my things, cooked a simple dinner, and spent the evening reading a book I'd been meaning to start. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. By nightfall, the forest was completely silent. I hadn't realized how much noise I was used to until I was surrounded by such stillness. It was unnerving at first, but I told myself it was part of the charm. The second day, I decided to explore the area. There was a faint trail that led deeper into the woods, and I followed it for a while. The trees here were massive, their trunks thick with age. The air was cool and damp, and sunlight filtered through the leaves in patches. After walking for about an hour, I stumbled upon a small creek. The water was crystal clear, and I spent some time sitting by it, enjoying the peace. It felt good to be away from everything, to have no responsibilities for a little while. On my way back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. About 20 feet off the trail, there was a pile of rocks stacked in a cone shape. It was deliberate, not something nature had done. Curious, I walked closer. The rocks were smooth, some covered in moss, and they were stacked carefully. It reminded me of cairns, the stone markers hikers sometimes leave, but this one felt different. I couldn't explain why, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. Shrugging it off, I made my way back to the cabin. That night, I couldn't sleep. The stillness of the forest, which had felt calming the day before, now felt oppressive. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, made me tense. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. But there was something else, a nagging feeling that I wasn't alone. I eventually drifted off, but my sleep was restless. The next morning, I found something strange near the cabin. About 10 feet from the porch, there was a single shoe. It was an old, worn-out sneaker, muddy and frayed. It definitely wasn't mine, and I hadn't seen it the day before. I looked around, trying to figure out where it might have come from, but there were no footprints, no signs of anyone else. It didn't make sense. I left the shoe where it was and tried to push it out of my mind. I spent the day close to the cabin, not feeling up to exploring again. I chopped some firewood, made lunch, and tried to read, but I couldn't focus. My thoughts kept drifting back to the shoe and the strange pile of rocks. By evening, I was on edge. The peaceful retreat I'd envisioned was quickly turning into something else. That night, as I was lying in bed, I heard it, faint at first, barely audible over the sound of the wind. It was a tapping sound, like something lightly hitting the side of the cabin. Top, top, top. I froze, my heart racing. I tried to tell myself it was just a branch or an animal, but it didn't stop. The taps were deliberate, spaced out evenly. I sat up, straining to hear more. The tapping moved, now coming from the window nearest the bed. I didn't dare look. The sound continued for what felt like an eternity before stopping abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening. I didn't sleep that night, keeping the flashlight clutched in my hand until the first light of dawn. The next morning, I decided to leave. Whatever was happening, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I packed my things quickly, tossing them into my bag without much care. As I stepped onto the porch, I froze. The shoe was gone. In its place was another pile of rocks, smaller than the one I'd seen on the trail, but just as deliberate. My hands trembled as I loaded my bag into the car. As I started the engine, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. Something moved in the window. It was quick, just a shadow, but it was enough to make me floor the gas. The gravel sprayed as I sped down the lane, not stopping until I was back on the main road. It's been weeks since I left that cabin, but I can't stop thinking about it. The shoe, the rocks, the tapping, none of it makes sense. I told a few people about my experience, but no one has any answers. I've tried to put it behind me, but sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that tapping sound again. Top, top, top. And I wonder if I ever really left that place behind. I've always been someone who enjoyed solitude. There's something calming about being away from the noise of the world, surrounded by nature. That's why I decided to rent a remote cabin deep in the woods for a week. I wanted to unplug, to disconnect from work emails and social media, and just exist for a while. The idea was to spend the days hiking and the nights reading by the fire. It was supposed to be perfect. The cabin was advertised as off the grid, and it certainly lived up to that description. After driving for hours through increasingly narrow and rough dirt roads, I arrived at the place. It was small but cozy, with weathered wooden walls and a tin roof. The porch faced a dense forest, and there wasn't another house or cabin in sight. The nearest town was about an hour's drive away, and my cell phone had no signal long before I reached the cabin. That didn't bother me. It was what I wanted. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. There was a small kitchen with an old stove and a single sink, a living room with a worn-out couch and a wood-burning stove, and a bedroom with a creaky twin bed. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 feet from the back door. It felt rustic and authentic, exactly what I'd imagined. The first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I spent hours hiking the nearby trails, admiring the towering pines and the occasional glimpses of wildlife. I saw deer, squirrels, and even a fox. The air was crisp and cool, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. At night, I'd sit by the fire, listening to the crackling wood and the distant hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, almost idyllic. On the third day, I decided to explore further into the woods. I packed a small backpack with water, a snack, and a flashlight, just in case I ended up staying out longer than planned. I didn't take a map because I figured I'd stay close enough to find my way back easily. The trails were unmarked, but I had a good sense of direction and wasn't too worried. As I walked, the forest grew denser. The trees were taller, their branches intertwined to form a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The ground was covered in a thick layer of moss and fallen leaves, muffling my footsteps. It was beautiful but slightly eerie. There was a stillness to the air, as if the forest were holding its breath. After about an hour of hiking, I stumbled upon something unexpected. A clearing with the remnants of an old campsite. There was a rusted-out metal frame that might have been part of a cot, a collapsed tent, and a long-dead fire pit surrounded by blackened stones. It looked like no one had been there for years. Curious, I poked around, kicking at the debris. I found a moldy old backpack and, inside it, a few faded photographs of a man and a woman smiling at the camera. There was no note or anything to indicate who they were or what had happened. The whole scene felt odd, like it had been abandoned in a hurry. I didn't linger. Something about the campsite unsettled me, and I decided to head back to the cabin. But as I retraced my steps, I started to feel uneasy. The forest seemed different, the trees unfamiliar. I realized I had lost my bearings. I'd been so sure I'd kept track of where I'd come from, but now everything looked the same. I tried not to panic. I had my flashlight and enough daylight left to find my way. I walked in what I thought was the right direction, but the forest seemed endless. The dense trees and underbrush made it hard to see more than a few feet ahead, and I couldn't find any landmarks I recognized. As the sun began to set, my unease grew into fear. The forest, which had felt so serene earlier, now seemed menacing. Every shadow looked like it was moving, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I'd find my way eventually, but it was no use. I was lost. When darkness fell, I knew I had to stop and wait for morning. Wandering in the dark would only make things worse. I found a spot where the ground was relatively flat and cleared away some leaves to sit down. I had my flashlight and the small snack I'd packed, but the night was cold, and I hadn't brought anything to keep warm. I huddled under my jacket, trying to conserve body heat. The forest at night was alive with sounds. The hooting of owls, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional rustle of something moving through the underbrush. I couldn't see much beyond the beam of my flashlight, and my imagination ran wild. Every sound felt like it was getting closer, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't sleep much that night. The ground was hard and cold, and every noise startled me awake. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. I picked myself up, stiff and sore, and started walking again, hoping to find the cabin. After a couple of hours, I stumbled upon a stream. I remembered crossing a stream on my way into the forest, so I decided to follow it. The water was cold and clear, and I stopped to drink and splash some on my face. It revived me a little, and I pressed on, keeping the stream to my right. Eventually, I found a dirt trail. It wasn't the one I'd taken originally, but it was something. I followed it, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin or at least to a road. As I walked, I noticed something odd. The trail was littered with broken branches and fresh footprints. They weren't mine and they looked recent. I froze. Someone else was out here. At first, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe it was another hiker or a ranger who could help me. But as I followed the trail, I started to feel uneasy. The footprints didn't seem random. They circled back on themselves and crossed over each other, as if whoever made them had been wandering aimlessly or deliberately trying to confuse anyone who followed. Then I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A crude wooden structure built against a tree. It was little more than a lean-to made of branches and tarps, but it was clearly occupied. There were empty food cans, a makeshift fire pit, and even a bundle of blankets. Whoever was staying there wasn't far away. I didn't want to stick around to find out who it was. The campsite I'd found the day before flashed through my mind, and I felt a chill. I turned back the way I'd come, walking as quickly and quietly as I could. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear behind me. After what felt like hours, I saw something through the trees. The cabin. Relief washed over me, and I broke into a run. When I reached the porch, I collapsed onto the steps, breathing hard. I felt safe again, but the sense of unease lingered. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the footprints and the lean-to. Who had been out there? Were they still nearby? The forest, which had felt so inviting at first, now seemed like a threat. Every creak of the cabin and every rustle outside made me jump. I kept the flashlight and a kitchen knife by my side, just in case. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up my things and loaded them into the car. As I was about to leave, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Footprints in the dirt around the cabin. They hadn't been there the day before, and they weren't mine. I didn't waste any time. I got in the car and drove away as fast as I could, not looking back. As I navigated the winding dirt roads, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, hidden among the trees. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a sense of relief so profound it almost brought me to tears. I drove straight home, vowing never to go back to that cabin or any other remote place again. The woods might be beautiful, but they're also vast and unforgiving. And sometimes you're not as alone as you think. I always thought of myself as a cautious person, someone who paid attention to details and avoided unnecessary risks. That mindset is what made me think I was prepared when I decided to spend a few days alone in a remote cabin deep in the woods. It wasn't entirely impulsive. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea was to disconnect, reset my mind, and take a break from the stress of my day-to-day life. The cabin belonged to an old acquaintance of mine, Paul. He inherited it from his uncle and rarely used it, so when I asked if I could borrow it for a long weekend, he was more than happy to lend it out. He warned me, though, that it was a bit of a drive and the cabin was very basic. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, some kerosene lamps, and a creek nearby for water. It sounded perfect to me. I was looking for solitude, not luxury. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The main road turned into a gravel path that eventually narrowed into little more than a dirt trail. My car, a reliable old sedan, wasn't exactly built for off-roading, and I found myself gripping the wheel tightly as I navigated potholes and uneven terrain. The deeper I went, the more isolated it felt. Towering pine trees lined both sides of the path, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the afternoon sunlight. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp soil. When I finally reached the cabin, it was nearly dusk. The structure was smaller than I imagined. A single-story wooden building with a steeply pitched roof and a small porch out front. The paint had long since faded, and the wood looked weathered but solid. It was clear the cabin had been sitting here for years, untouched by modernity. There was a stack of firewood piled neatly by the side of the house and an old outhouse a short distance away. Beyond the cabin, the forest stretched endlessly in every direction. The first thing I did was unload my supplies. I'd packed light, a sleeping bag, a few changes of clothes, a lantern, matches, canned food, and a portable water filter for the creek. Once I had everything inside, I set about making the place livable. The cabin's interior was as rustic as I expected. There was a small cot in one corner, a cast iron wood stove in the center, and a wooden table with 2 chairs by the window. Shelves lined one wall, filled with dusty jars, old tools, and random odds and ends. It was sparse but cozy in its own way. I spent the first evening settling in. I started a fire in the stove to warm the place up, lit a few kerosene lamps, and opened a can of soup for dinner. Outside, the forest was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the crackling fire and the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind passed through the trees. It was exactly what I'd wanted: peace and quiet. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept surprisingly well, considering the cot wasn't exactly comfortable. In the morning, I decided to explore the area. There was a faint trail leading away from the cabin, and I followed it for a while. It wound through the forest, crossing the creek a couple of times and eventually looping back toward the cabin. Along the way, I saw signs of wildlife: deer tracks, a rabbit darting through the underbrush, and even a few bear droppings. It was a reminder that I was truly out in the wilderness. By the second day, I had settled into a routine. I spent the mornings hiking and gathering firewood, the afternoons reading or sketching, and the evenings cooking simple meals and listening to the forest. The solitude was refreshing, but there was an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't shake. It wasn't anything specific, just a feeling, like I was being watched. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination and the unfamiliarity of being so isolated. That night, as I was lying in bed, I heard something outside. It wasn't the usual rustling of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. This was different. It sounded like footsteps, deliberate and heavy, crunching through the underbrush just beyond the cabin. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but the sound didn't move away. It circled the cabin slowly, pausing every few steps. I grabbed the hatchet I'd brought for chopping firewood and sat there in the dark, listening. Eventually, the footsteps faded into the distance, and I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. The next morning, I found tracks outside the cabin. They weren't animal tracks. These were human footprints, large and deeply imprinted in the soft soil. They circled the cabin and then disappeared into the forest. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Who would be out here in the middle of nowhere? And why would they be walking around my cabin in the middle of the night? I spent the day feeling jumpy, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't see or hear anything unusual, but the sense of being watched grew stronger. That evening, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked. Not that it would do much good if someone really wanted to get in. The cabin wasn't exactly a fortress. I kept the hatchet close by and tried to focus on the book I was reading, but every little noise outside made me jump. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, more insistent. Whoever it was didn't bother to be quiet. They stomped around the cabin, occasionally stopping to knock on the walls. The sound echoed through the small space, sending chills down my spine. I sat in the dark, gripping the hatchet, my mind racing. Should I confront them? Shout? Call for help? But there was no cell service out here, and I had no idea who or what I'd be dealing with. The knocking stopped after what felt like an eternity, and the footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep at all that night. As soon as it was light out, I packed my things. I decided I'd had enough of the wilderness and solitude. The plan was to leave as quickly as possible, But when I stepped outside, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A crude figure made of sticks and twine was hanging from the porch, swinging gently in the breeze. It was small, no bigger than a foot tall, but it was unmistakably meant to resemble a person. My stomach churned as I stared at it. This wasn't just some random act of nature. Someone had made this and left it here for me to find. I threw my bag in the car and started the engine. The drive back was a nightmare. The dirt trail seemed narrower than before, the overhanging branches scraping against the car like claws. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following me. By the time I reached the main road, I was shaking. When I finally got home, I called Paul and told him what had happened. He sounded shocked and promised to look into it, but I could tell he didn't know what to make of it either. To this day, I have no idea who was out there or what they wanted. All I know is that I'll never go back to that cabin again. What started as a peaceful retreat turned into a nightmare I'll never forget, and the thought of those footsteps circling the cabin still haunts me. When I decided to spend a week alone in a remote cabin, it wasn't some dramatic search for solitude or an escape from city life. I had work to do, a pile of unfinished reports that needed undisturbed focus. And my friend, Jason, had a cabin he'd offered up countless times. It was nestled deep in the woods, far enough from the nearest town that you'd have to plan your groceries carefully, but it sounded perfect for what I needed. I arrived on a Monday afternoon, just as the late autumn sun was beginning to set. The road leading to the cabin was little more than a dirt path, riddled with potholes and lined with towering pine trees that blocked out most of the light. When I finally reached the clearing, the cabin stood there, small and sturdy, with a sloped roof and a narrow porch. It was surrounded by dense woods, the kind that felt like they were watching you back. A single chimney puffed out thin trails of smoke from the wood stove Jason had assured me would keep the place warm. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. There was a main room with a small kitchen, a wooden dining table, and a worn couch facing a cast iron stove. A short hallway led to the bedroom and a bathroom that was more functional than comfortable. Jason had left it stocked with firewood, bottled water, and basic supplies. I unpacked quickly, setting up my laptop on the dining table and stacking my papers nearby. The sooner I started, the sooner I could finish. The first night was uneventful. I worked until my eyes felt heavy, ate a quick dinner of canned soup, and climbed into the creaky bed. The silence was almost too much at first. No cars, no distant hum of city life, just the occasional rustling of leaves and the hoot of an owl. But I told myself this was what I needed, a chance to disconnect, focus, and maybe even enjoy a bit of nature. By the second day, I had settled into a routine. Mornings were spent writing, afternoons were for stretching my legs with short walks around the cabin, and evenings were for reading or staring into the fire. The isolation wasn't as unsettling as I'd feared. It was actually nice, freeing even. But as the days passed, small things began to gnaw at me. It started with noises. At first, I dismissed them as animals. The woods were full of life, and it wasn't unusual to hear branches snapping or leaves crunching underfoot. But there were moments when the sounds felt deliberate, like the steady thud of footsteps rather than the random scurry of a deer or raccoon. Once, just after midnight, I thought I heard a low, rhythmic tapping against one of the windows. I'd been reading by the fire and froze, my book halfway to my face. I listened, straining to hear it again, but it stopped. Telling myself it was a loose branch swaying in the wind, I went to bed, though it took hours to fall asleep. On the third day, I decided to explore a bit farther during my afternoon walk. The woods were thick, but there were faint trails leading away from the cabin. I followed one of them, crunching through fallen leaves and stepping over gnarled roots. The air was crisp, and the smell of damp earth filled my lungs. After about 20 minutes, I stumbled across something unexpected: an old, abandoned campsite. There was a rusted fire ring, a tattered tarp tangled in the branches, and what looked like the remains of a tent, now collapsed and overgrown with moss. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. I couldn't shake the thought of who might have camped here and why they'd left so much behind. Maybe they'd planned to come back and never did. Or maybe something drove them away. I took a few pictures with my phone, thinking I'd show Jason later, and headed back to the cabin. That night, the tapping returned. It was louder this time and unmistakable. I'd closed all the curtains earlier, not wanting to feel exposed in the dark, but now I regretted it. The sound was coming from the window near the kitchen, and my mind raced with possibilities. A bird? A branch? Something else? I stood there, frozen, debating whether to look. Eventually, I grabbed a flashlight and forced myself to pull the curtain aside. The beam of light cut through the glass and into the woods, revealing nothing but trees and darkness. The tapping stopped. By the fourth day, I was on edge. I hadn't slept well, and every creak of the cabin felt amplified. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept wandering. I thought about the campsite, the tapping, the feeling of being watched. Around midday, I decided to take another walk, this time sticking closer to the cabin. I circled the perimeter, scanning the ground for tracks or signs of animals. That's when I noticed something strange. Faint, shoe-like impressions in the dirt. They weren't fresh, but they were definitely human. They led toward the cabin and then disappeared, as if whoever made them had turned back. I spent the rest of the afternoon pacing, checking the locks on the doors and windows, and trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe a hiker had wandered through and left the prints. Maybe the noises were just my imagination. But deep down, I knew something felt off. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I built up the fire and double-checked everything. I kept the flashlight within arm's reach and a heavy poker from the stove by my side. The night dragged on, every minute feeling like an hour. Around midnight, the tapping returned. This time, it wasn't just at one window. It moved first to the living room, then to the bedroom, then back to the kitchen. Steady, deliberate, like someone testing the boundaries. I stayed rooted to the couch, gripping the poker tightly. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I waited, heart pounding, until the first light of dawn crept through the curtains. By the fifth day, I'd had enough. I packed my things, loaded them into the car, and took one last look at the cabin. The woods felt oppressive, the trees looming over me like silent witnesses. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something watching me go. But there was nothing, just the empty clearing and the cabin, small and unassuming, as if it had never been anything but a quiet retreat. I didn't tell Jason the full story when I returned his keys. I mentioned the noises and the campsite but left out the rest. He laughed it off, saying the woods could play tricks on you when you're alone for too long. Maybe he was right, or maybe some places just weren't meant to be visited alone. Either way, I knew one thing for sure: I wouldn't be going back. I've always been someone who craved solitude. Growing up in a noisy house with 3 siblings, I learned to appreciate any moment of quiet I could get. That's probably why, after moving to the city for work, I started taking trips out to the countryside whenever I could. These little getaways were my way of recharging, just me and the wilderness. This time, I decided to rent a remote cabin deep in the woods for a week. No internet, no cell service, no distractions, just peace. I found the place on a small vacation rental site. The pictures showed a modest log cabin surrounded by towering pines, with a small lake nearby. It was perfect. The description mentioned it was far from any neighbors and only accessible via a narrow dirt road, but that suited me just fine. I packed my car with enough supplies for a week: food, water, a few books, and my hiking gear, and set off early one Saturday morning. The drive was long but scenic, as the highway gave way to smaller roads and eventually to a bumpy dirt path. I could feel the stress of city life melting away. The cabin came into view after about an hour of navigating that rough road. It looked even better in person, rustic but sturdy, with a stone chimney and a small porch out front. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. After unloading my car, I took a walk around the property to familiarize myself with the area. The cabin sat on a slight hill, with the forest stretching out in every direction. About 200 yards down the slope, I found the lake. The water was calm and clear, reflecting the sky and trees like a mirror. It was so quiet I could hear the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. I stood there for a while, just soaking it all in. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was starting to dip below the treetops. I lit the wood stove and cooked a simple dinner. After eating, I sat on the porch with a cup of tea, watching the sky turn shades of orange and pink before fading into a deep blue. It was the kind of peace I'd been longing for. The first couple of days passed uneventfully. I spent my mornings hiking through the woods, following faint trails, and sometimes just wandering wherever the terrain took me. Afternoons were for reading or napping by the lake. Evenings, I'd cook, then sit by the fire, letting the crackling flames and the chirping of crickets lull me into relaxation. It was exactly what I'd hoped for. On the third day, though, things started to feel off. It began with small things. That morning, while hiking, I came across what looked like an old campsite. There was a fire pit surrounded by blackened rocks, a few rusty cans, and some torn fabric hanging from a branch. It didn't seem like anyone had been there recently, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. Still, I brushed it off. People camp in the woods all the time, I told myself. Nothing strange about that. Later, as I was chopping wood for the stove, I thought I heard footsteps in the forest. Not the soft padding of animals, but the deliberate crunch of boots on leaves. I stopped and listened, holding my breath. The sound came again, faint but distinct. I called out, "Hello?" hoping it was just a hiker who'd wandered too close to the cabin. There was no reply, and after a few moments, the footsteps stopped. I stood there for a while, axe in hand, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. Eventually, I went back to chopping, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the cabin and rustle of the wind outside seemed amplified. At one point, I thought I heard something brushing against the side of the cabin, but when I got up to check, there was nothing there, just the trees swaying in the moonlight. The next day, I decided to stay close to the cabin. I told myself it was just to relax, but deep down, I knew I didn't want to wander too far from safety. I spent the morning stacking wood and cleaning up around the cabin. Around noon, I walked down to the lake. As I reached the shore, I noticed something odd. A pile of rocks had been carefully arranged near the water's edge. They weren't there the day before. The arrangement didn't look natural. The stones were too evenly spaced, too deliberately placed. It sent a shiver down my spine. I scanned the area, looking for any sign of who might have done it, but there was nothing. No footprints, no discarded items, nothing to suggest someone had been there. Feeling uneasy, I kicked the rocks apart and headed back to the cabin. That evening, I decided to lock the doors and windows, something I hadn't bothered with before. Felt silly, after all, I was miles from anyone. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had been building since the day before. As I sat by the fire, I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. The footsteps, the rocks, the feeling of being watched. It was just my imagination running wild in the isolation. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a loud bang. It sounded like something had hit the side of the cabin. Heart pounding, I grabbed the flashlight I'd left by the bed and crept to the window. Shining the light outside, I couldn't see anything unusual. Everything was still. But then I noticed the door to the woodshed swinging open in the wind. I was certain I'd closed it earlier. Summoning my courage, I threw on a jacket and stepped outside. The cold night air bit at my skin as I approached the shed. The flashlight beam danced across the trees, casting long, flickering shadows. When I reached the shed, I found the door hanging off one hinge. Inside, the stack of firewood I'd neatly arranged earlier was scattered across the floor. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the dirt outside the shed, there were footprints. Human footprints. They were larger than mine, and they led off into the woods. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. Someone had been here. Someone was out there watching me. I hurried back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fire, clutching the axe and jumping at every sound. Sleep was out of the question. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed my things as quickly as I could, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The drive back down the dirt road felt like it took forever. Every shadow in the trees seemed to move. Every sound made me flinch. When I finally reached the highway, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. It's been a few weeks since that trip, and I still can't explain what happened. Maybe it was just some drifter passing through, or maybe it was someone who'd been living in those woods. Either way, I'm not eager to go back and find out. The peace and solitude I'd been searching for came with a price. One I'm not sure I'm willing to pay again. It started with a simple plan. A weekend escape to a cabin deep in the woods. I'd rented it online after seeing pictures of a cozy wooden retreat surrounded by endless trees. The listing promised solitude, fresh air, and a chance to disconnect from everything. Exactly what I needed. My life had been a whirlwind of stress lately. Work deadlines piled up, my phone never stopped buzzing, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd gotten a full night's sleep. The thought of spending a couple of days away from it all sounded perfect. The cabin was about a 3-hour drive from the city. The last stretch was on a dirt road that seemed to go on forever, snaking deeper into the forest. The further I drove, the denser the trees became. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, and the sunlight barely broke through the thick canopy overhead. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin sat. The place looked exactly like the pictures. A small, weathered wooden structure with a stone chimney and a wraparound porch. There was a fire pit out front, surrounded by a few mismatched chairs, and a stack of firewood neatly piled by the door. The nearest neighbor was miles away, according to the listing. It felt like I'd stepped into another world. Quiet, untouched, and completely isolated. After unloading my bags, I went inside to get settled. The cabin's interior was simple but cozy. A single open room with a bed in one corner, a small kitchen area, and a sitting area by the fireplace. There were a few shelves lined with books and board games, and a rug that looked like it had seen better days. The windows were small, but they offered a view of the forest outside. Everything about the place felt rustic and charming. I spent the first evening unwinding. I cooked a simple dinner, lit a fire in the fireplace, and settled into a worn armchair with a book. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. It was exactly what I'd hoped for, peaceful and quiet. By the time I crawled into bed, I felt more relaxed than I had in weeks. But that peaceful feeling didn't last. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange sound. At first, I couldn't place it. A faint scratching noise, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. My heart raced as I lay there in the dark, straining to hear. The noise came again, soft but deliberate, and I realized it was coming from outside. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a raccoon or maybe a stray branch scraping against the wood. But the sound didn't stop. I got out of bed and crept to the window, peeking through the curtains. The moon was bright, casting a pale light over the clearing. I couldn't see anything unusual, just the trees swaying gently in the breeze. Still, the scratching continued, intermittent and persistent. I checked the locks on the door and windows, reassured myself that I was safe, and eventually went back to bed. The sound faded after a while, and I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I tried to brush off the incident. The sun was shining, and the forest felt inviting in the daylight. I spent the day hiking on a nearby trail, taking in the scenery and enjoying the fresh air. It was exactly what I needed to clear my head. By the time I returned to the cabin, I'd almost forgotten about the scratching. That night, though, it happened again. The same faint, persistent scratching coming from outside the cabin. This time, I felt a knot of unease in my stomach. I grabbed a flashlight and decided to take a look. Stepping out onto the porch, I shivered as the cold night air hit me. The forest was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that made every little sound seem amplified. I shone the flashlight around the clearing, but there was nothing there. No animals, no branches close enough to the cabin to be causing the noise. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to convince myself it was nothing. But sleep didn't come easily that night. The next day, I noticed something strange. Near the corner of the cabin, where I'd heard the scratching, the ground looked disturbed. The dirt was loose, as if it had been dug up. There were no clear tracks, just an area where the soil looked like it had been recently moved. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Maybe an animal had been digging there? That would explain the noise, I thought. But the disturbed area was larger than what I'd expect from a small animal. As the day went on, my unease grew. I couldn't stop thinking about the scratching, the disturbed ground, and the strange quietness of the forest. Even the sunlight didn't feel comforting anymore. I started to notice how isolated I truly was. If something happened out here, no one would know. No one would hear me. That night, the scratching returned, louder and more insistent than before. I lay in bed, heart pounding, as the sound moved along the wall of the cabin. It wasn't just one spot anymore. It seemed to circle the cabin, as if something was deliberately moving around the perimeter. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight and my phone and stepped outside. The air was freezing, and the forest seemed darker than ever. I shone the flashlight around, my breath visible in the cold night air. For a moment, everything was still. Then, I noticed something near the edge of the clearing. The beam of my flashlight caught movement. A figure, barely visible, slipping into the shadows of the trees. Panic surged through me. I shouted, but the figure didn't respond. They were gone, swallowed by the darkness of the forest. My hands shook as I backed toward the cabin, locking the door behind me. I tried calling for help, but my phone had no signal. I was completely alone. The rest of the night was a blur of fear. I sat by the fire, clutching a kitchen knife, listening for any sign of movement outside. The scratching didn't return, but I couldn't shake the image of the figure I'd seen. Who were they? What were they doing out here? And why had they been near the cabin? By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave. I packed my things in record time, constantly glancing over my shoulder as I loaded the car. The forest felt oppressive, the trees closing in around me. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a wave of relief. The tension in my chest eased, and I realized how tightly I'd been gripping the steering wheel. I drove straight home, vowing never to go back to that cabin again. Later, I tried to find out more about the area. I searched online, looking for any reports of strange activity near the cabin, but I didn't find anything. The listing was still up, with glowing reviews from other visitors. No one else seemed to have experienced what I did. To this day, I don't know who or what was outside the cabin that night. Maybe it was just a trespasser, someone passing through the woods. Or maybe it was something more sinister. Whatever the case, I learned one thing. Solitude isn't always peaceful. Sometimes it's downright terrifying. The cabin stood in the heart of a dense forest, its wooden walls weathered by years of exposure to the elements. It wasn't a place I had chosen willingly. I had inherited it from my late uncle, a man I barely knew. I had driven up to Vermont to inspect the property, thinking it would be a quick visit. Maybe I could sell it off to someone who loved solitude, but I never imagined how isolated it would feel once I was there. The drive to the cabin had been uneventful. Miles of winding roads had given way to a single dirt track, bordered by tall pines that seemed to close in as I went deeper into the woods. By the time I arrived, the late afternoon sun was already sinking behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the only sounds were the distant rustling of leaves and the occasional caw of a crow. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. The cabin itself was modest, with a sloping roof and a small porch that sagged slightly. A rusted axe leaned against a chopping block by the side, and a stack of firewood was piled neatly under a tarp. The windows were grimy, and the front door creaked ominously as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the faint scent of mildew and old wood. The furniture was sparse. A small table with 2 chairs, a threadbare couch, and a cast-iron stove in the corner. A single bedroom lay at the back, its narrow bed covered with a faded quilt. I dropped my bag by the door and walked through the cabin, checking for any signs of animals or damage. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I noticed a few cobwebs in the corners. The place felt untouched, as though my uncle had walked out one day and never returned. A few personal items remained: a pair of boots by the door, a jacket hanging on a hook, and a mug on the table. It was unsettling in a way I couldn't quite put into words. After unpacking a few essentials, I decided to explore the surrounding area before nightfall. The forest was dense, with towering trees that blocked out much of the evening light. A narrow trail led away from the cabin, winding through the undergrowth. I followed it for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. There was no sign of other people, no distant hum of cars or voices. It was just me and the wilderness. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun had set and the temperature had dropped. I lit a fire in the stove, its warmth filling the small space. I cooked a simple meal on a portable camping stove I had brought with me and ate in silence, the crackling of the fire my only companion. Outside, the darkness was absolute, the kind that only exists far from city lights. I tried to read a book I'd packed but found it hard to concentrate. My mind kept wandering back to the eerie silence of the forest. When I finally went to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The cabin creaked and groaned as it settled, and every noise seemed amplified in the quiet. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I got up to look through the window, there was nothing but darkness. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. The next morning, I decided to explore further. I packed a small bag with water and snacks and followed the trail from the previous evening. It led deeper into the woods, winding through thick undergrowth and over small streams. After an hour or so, I came across a clearing with an old, dilapidated shack. It looked even older than the cabin, with its roof caved in and walls covered in moss. Curious, I approached it cautiously, peering through the broken windows. Inside, I saw remnants of furniture, a rusted stove, and a pile of rotting wood. It didn't look like anyone had been there in decades. As I turned to leave, I noticed something on the ground near the shack. It was a set of footprints, fresh and unmistakable. They weren't mine. They were larger and pressed deeply into the soft earth. My heart began to race as I scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone. The forest around me was silent, too silent. I felt an overwhelming urge to leave, so I hurried back to the cabin, constantly glancing over my shoulder. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and sat by the window, watching the trail for any sign of movement. Hours passed, and nothing happened. I tried to convince myself that the footprints belonged to a hunter or a hiker, but the nagging feeling of unease wouldn't go away. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every noise. The next day, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed my things and loaded them into the car, eager to leave the cabin behind. But when I tried to start the engine, it wouldn't turn over. I checked under the hood, but nothing seemed obviously wrong. I wasn't much of a mechanic, and with no cell service, I couldn't call for help. Frustrated, I decided to walk to the nearest town, which was about 10 miles away according to the map. I started down the dirt road, the forest pressing in on either side. The air was heavy with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the sound of my footsteps seemed unnaturally loud. After a few miles, I noticed something strange. The road, which had been clear earlier, was now littered with branches and debris as though a storm had passed through. I hadn't heard any wind or rain, and the sky was clear. It didn't make sense. As I continued, I began to feel like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the sensation, and every so often, I would stop and turn around, only to find the road empty. The forest seemed to close in tighter with every step, the trees casting long shadows across the path. My pace quickened, driven by a growing sense of urgency. When I finally reached the town, I was exhausted and on edge. I found a small gas station with a payphone and called for a tow truck. While I waited, I told the clerk about the strange occurrences, but he just shrugged and said the woods could be eerie sometimes. People get spooked out there, he said, as if that explained everything. The tow truck driver arrived an hour later and drove me back to the cabin. He looked around uneasily as we approached. "This place gives me the creeps," he muttered under his breath. He managed to get my car started, and I didn't waste any time leaving. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something watching me from the trees. But there was nothing. It's been weeks since that trip, and I can't get the experience out of my mind. The cabin is still in my name, but I have no intention of going back. Whatever was out there, whether it was a person or just my imagination, I don't want to find out. The woods have their secrets, and some are better left undisturbed. I've always enjoyed the quiet. Growing up in a city full of noise and chaos, the idea of escaping to a secluded cabin in the woods felt like heaven. It was something I'd been planning for years. A week of solitude. No phone, no internet, just me and nature. When I finally found the perfect spot, a small, one-bedroom cabin nestled in a dense forest miles away from the nearest town, I booked it without hesitation. The drive to the cabin was peaceful, the kind of scenic route that forces you to slow down and appreciate the world around you. The last stretch was a dirt road, winding through towering trees that formed a canopy overhead. The cabin appeared at the end of the path, a rustic structure with a stone chimney and a wraparound porch. It looked exactly like the pictures online. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and stepped inside. The interior was cozy, with wooden walls and a stone fireplace. There was a small kitchen, a living area with a couch and a coffee table, and a bedroom in the back. The windows were large, letting in plenty of natural light during the day. It was perfect. I unpacked my things, stocked the fridge with the groceries I'd brought, and set up my gear. I'd brought a notebook to jot down thoughts, a few books to read, and a camera to capture the beauty of the forest. This was going to be my week to disconnect and recharge. The first day was uneventful. I spent the morning exploring the area around the cabin. There was a small creek nearby, and the sound of running water was soothing. I hiked for a couple of hours, following trails that seemed rarely used. The forest was dense, with trees so tall that their tops disappeared into the sky. The air was crisp and clean, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. It was exactly what I needed. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was beginning to set. I made myself a simple dinner and sat on the porch, watching as the sky turned shades of orange and pink. The stillness was almost eerie, but in a comforting way. As night fell, the forest became pitch black, the kind of darkness you don't experience in the city. I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled in with a book. The quiet was absolute, broken only by the crackling of the fire. The second day started much like the first. I woke up early, brewed a cup of coffee, and sat on the porch to watch the sunrise. The forest seemed to come alive in the morning light, with animals scurrying about and birds singing. I decided to explore a bit further that day, venturing deeper into the woods. I'd marked my path with small ribbons tied to branches, a trick I'd learned from a hiking guide. It was easy to lose your sense of direction in a place like this. About an hour into my hike, I came across something strange. It was a clearing with a large tree in the center, its trunk scarred with deep grooves. The ground around it was covered in disturbed earth, as if something had been digging. It felt out of place, almost unnatural. I'm not a superstitious person, but there was something about that tree that made me uneasy. I took a few pictures and moved on, not wanting to linger. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. The forest is full of strange sights and sounds, and not everything has an explanation. Still, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises outside, faint rustling and the occasional snap of a twig. Every time I got up to look, there was nothing there. The darkness seemed to press in on the cabin, and I found myself constantly glancing at the windows. The third day was when things started to feel truly off. I decided to check out the clearing again, curious to see if I'd missed anything. When I got there, the disturbed earth looked fresher, as if someone had been digging there recently. The grooves in the tree trunk seemed deeper, almost as if they'd been carved further. It made no sense. I hadn't seen a single person since I arrived, and the cabin was miles from the nearest road. Who would come out here and why? As I stood there, the forest felt unnaturally quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. I'd planned to hike further that day, but the unease was too much. I turned back, following the ribbons I'd tied to guide me. Halfway back to the cabin, I noticed one of the ribbons was missing. At first, I thought I'd simply missed it, but as I kept walking, I realized several were gone. Someone had removed them. By the time I reached the cabin, I was on edge. I locked the doors and windows, something I hadn't bothered to do before. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I couldn't focus on anything, constantly checking outside and listening for sounds. That night, the noises returned. This time, they were louder, closer. I heard what sounded like footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. I stayed up all night, clutching the fireplace poker, my eyes glued to the door. When morning finally came, I decided to leave. The cabin had lost its charm, and I no longer felt safe. I packed my things quickly and loaded them into the car. As I was about to start the engine, I noticed something on the porch. It was one of the ribbons I'd tied during my hike, neatly folded and placed on the steps. My blood ran cold. Someone had been there watching me. The drive back to civilization was nerve-wracking. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a wave of relief. I didn't stop until I was back in the city, surrounded by people and noise. I never reported what happened. What would I say? That someone had removed some ribbons and left one on my porch? It sounded ridiculous, but I knew what I'd experienced. To this day, I can't explain what happened during those 3 days at the cabin. I've tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just some prankster or a fellow hiker. But the look of that clearing, the missing ribbons, the footsteps, it all felt deliberate, targeted. I haven't been back to the woods since, and I've given up on the idea of a secluded getaway. The quiet that I once craved now feels suffocating, filled with unseen eyes and unheard whispers. Some places I've realized are better left alone. I had never been one to take shortcuts, but there I was in the middle of nowhere, at the edge of a dense forest, looking at the faint path that seemed to disappear into the trees. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, really. I had been driving for hours on a long, winding highway, trying to make my way to a remote camping spot I had found online. The plan had been simple: find the spot, set up camp, and enjoy a few peaceful days away from everything. But things never go according to plan, do they? It was late afternoon by the time I turned off the main road and onto a dirt trail that led deeper into the woods. The GPS on my phone had been glitching for the past half hour, and there were no other cars around. I wasn't exactly in the middle of nowhere yet, but I could tell I was getting closer. I passed a few old cabins. Some looked abandoned. Others seemed lived in, but with no signs of life. As I continued down the road, the trees seemed to close in on both sides, their dense foliage blocking out the last bit of sunlight. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but the place had an eerie feeling to it. Not that it was dangerous, just off. The trees were too quiet, and the air felt thicker than it should have. I pulled my car up to a clearing just big enough for a tent, parked, and grabbed my gear. I hadn't seen anyone for miles. The isolation was what drew me to this spot in the first place. But now, with no one around, I felt strangely exposed. I set up my tent with the usual routine, staked it down, unfurled my sleeping bag, arranged the firewood I'd brought with me. There wasn't much to the place. The clearing was small, and aside from the tall trees, all I could see was the edge of the forest and the narrow trail that led back to the dirt road. There wasn't any noise either. No wind, no birds, nothing. It was quiet, too quiet. I decided to start a fire. The evening chill had begun creeping in, and the crackle of flames would at least give me something to focus on. I sat on a log beside the fire, staring at the flames and wondering if this had been such a good idea after all. My phone still had no signal, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was probably just my imagination, I thought, but the feeling wouldn't go away. As night settled in, I did my best to ignore the unsettling stillness around me. I ate a quick dinner from a can and tried to read a book by the light of the fire. But my eyes kept darting to the tree line, and the shadows between the trunks seemed to shift unnaturally. I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off, like I was being drawn deeper into the woods without meaning to. I shook my head, forcing myself to focus on the pages of my book, but I couldn't concentrate. The unease gnawed at me, growing with each passing minute. It was then that I heard it, an unmistakable sound just beyond the trees, a rustling noise. At first, I thought it was an animal, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It didn't sound like a bear or a deer or any of the usual wildlife I was used to. It sounded human, like someone was walking slowly through the underbrush, trying to stay quiet. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. The noise stopped as soon as I moved. I stared into the darkness, my eyes straining to make out any shapes in the trees. I couldn't see anything, just shadows and movement in the corners of my vision. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of pine. My hands were shaking now, and I couldn't tell if it was from the cold or from fear. I had come out here for solitude, but now I wanted nothing more than to be back in the city, surrounded by people, noise, and light. The rustling came again. This time it was closer. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and shone it toward the trees. Nothing, just the shadows. My breath quickened, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I turned the flashlight off again, trying to stay calm. It was probably an animal, I told myself. A deer, a raccoon, something. There was no reason to panic. But then the rustling came again, this time from directly behind me. I froze. The sound was unmistakable now, and it was close, too close. My heart thudded in my chest, and I couldn't move. My body was frozen in place, my mind screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. Then, in the space of a few seconds, everything went silent. It was as if the world had stopped. I waited, barely breathing, listening for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. I dared a glance over my shoulder. The clearing was empty. My eyes flicked from the trees to the shadows, my mind racing with possibilities. Had I imagined it? No, I knew what I'd heard. The silence stretched on. Then, I heard a faint crunch underfoot. It was barely audible, but it was there. I spun around, flashlight in hand, but again, nothing. The trail that led back to the road seemed just as empty as it had been before. I don't know how long I stood there, my heart pounding, my breath shallow. Maybe it was minutes, maybe it was hours. But eventually, I knew I had to do something. I wasn't going to sit here waiting for whatever it was to come closer. I grabbed my things, shoved them into my backpack, and moved quickly to my car. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder. Every rustle, every shift of the trees sent a jolt of fear through me. But I couldn't see anyone, couldn't hear anyone. When I finally reached the car, I threw my bag in the back seat, got in, and locked the doors. I stared out the window, my heart still racing, waiting for whatever had been out there to reveal itself. But the darkness remained undisturbed. I wasn't sure what to do next. Should I just leave? Should I wait until morning? But the thought of staying in that clearing for another night felt impossible. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I started the engine and drove back down the dirt trail. As I left the forest behind, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of relief. The further I got from that place, the less I felt like I was being watched. When I reached the main road, I didn't stop to look back. I kept driving, trying to ignore the eerie stillness of the forest that seemed to follow me, even from miles away. By the time I reached a small town and found a place to stay for the night, I felt like I could finally breathe again. I kept replaying the events in my mind, trying to make sense of it all. Was it someone playing a prank on me? Or had I just stumbled across a spot that people preferred to keep to themselves? Either way, I had learned something important that night. No matter how remote the place, how peaceful it may seem, there's always a chance that someone or something else is out there. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something, though I could never quite put my finger on what it was. But I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't going back to that spot. Ever. I had always liked the idea of solitude. It was part of the reason I went out to the remote cabin in the middle of nowhere that weekend. I wanted a break from the constant noise and chaos of everyday life. No phones ringing, no emails, no pressure. Just me, nature, and a quiet little cabin tucked deep in the woods. I found it through an online rental site, a place so isolated that the nearest neighbor was miles away. Perfect, I thought. This would be the reset I needed. The road to the cabin was rough, barely wide enough for my car. I passed through dense trees, feeling like I was entering another world with every turn. The last stretch of the road was more like a trail, and I had to park the car and hike a little before I finally reached the cabin. It looked exactly as I imagined, sitting there on the edge of a small, quiet clearing, surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush. No one else in sight. It was almost too perfect. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy. A single bedroom with a soft bed, a small kitchen with just enough to cook a meal, and a living room with a fireplace. The wooden beams on the ceiling creaked as I settled in, and the only sound outside was the wind whispering through the trees. I felt at peace, finally free from the stress of the outside world. The first day went by uneventfully. I went for a walk through the woods, breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the quiet. The forest around me was thick, so much so that I couldn't see much beyond a few feet in front of me. It was beautiful, though, the kind of beauty that made you feel small but connected to something much bigger than yourself. I found a small stream, sat by it for a while, and listened to the water trickling over the rocks. That night, as the sun set, the temperature dropped. I sat in front of the fire with a cup of tea, watching the flickering flames. The cabin was warm and inviting, the perfect refuge from the cool night outside. I had the place to myself, and that was all that mattered. But around midnight, something strange happened. At first, it was just a noise in the distance, something that caught my attention. It sounded like something large moving through the trees. I stood still for a moment, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound, but it was hard to tell. The forest was so thick, and the shadows made it hard to see anything clearly. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just a deer or a bear, I thought. The animals around here could be loud when they moved through the brush. Then I heard it again, closer this time. A heavy rustling, like something big was pushing through the underbrush. I listened intently, my heart beginning to race a little. It was so quiet here, and the sound seemed out of place. It wasn't a bear, or at least it didn't sound like one. Bears don't move like that. I grabbed a flashlight from the counter and stepped outside, standing on the porch for a moment, listening. The wind had died down, and the forest was eerily still. The noise had stopped, but the feeling of being watched settled over me. I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone. I called out into the darkness, my voice breaking the silence, but there was no response. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches swaying just slightly, as if they were trying to hide something. I shone the flashlight into the woods, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever it was. But all I saw was the darkness, the beam of light dancing over the trunks of trees. I stood there for a few moments, unsure of what to do. Should I go inside and lock the door? Should I wait and see if the noise returned? I decided to head back inside, but as I turned to go, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The footprints. There were fresh prints in the soft earth just outside the cabin, large and heavy, like a person had been standing there not long ago. I froze, the flashlight trembling in my hand. These weren't animal tracks. They were human, or at least they looked like they could be. But there was no one for miles around. No one at all. I quickly bolted the door behind me and locked the windows, my mind racing. Who would be out here? And why were they so close to the cabin? The possibility of someone being out there, watching me, made my skin crawl. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was just someone else staying nearby, or maybe the tracks had been there longer than I thought. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The prints were fresh, and they led straight up to the cabin. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every shift of the wind outside, had me jumping. I sat up in bed, the flashlight on the nightstand beside me, my eyes flicking to the windows every few seconds. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional crackling from the fireplace. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the first light of dawn. I felt groggy and disoriented, but also relieved. It was daylight and I had survived the night. But the moment I stepped outside, my stomach dropped again. The prints, they were still there, and they weren't just by the cabin. They were everywhere, leading away into the woods, disappearing into the trees. It was like whoever had been here had walked around the entire cabin during the night, circling it, watching, waiting. My first instinct was to grab my things and leave, get in the car and drive away as fast as I could. But something held me back. What if I was wrong? What if there was an explanation? I had to know. I had to figure out who or what was out there. I spent the rest of the morning trying to make sense of it all. I followed the tracks, though they grew fainter as I went deeper into the woods. They were human, I was sure of it, but they seemed to disappear in odd places. The forest was dense, and it was hard to see anything too far ahead. Around midday, I found something that stopped me dead in my tracks. A small clearing. In the center was a makeshift camp, the kind that looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry. There were a few charred logs, a small tent that had been ripped open, and a few empty cans scattered around. But what caught my attention was the pack. A backpack, lying abandoned on the ground, just a few feet from the fire pit. It was old, worn out, and covered in dirt, but it was unmistakable. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. This was real. Someone had been out here. Someone had been close to the cabin. I opened the pack carefully, my fingers trembling. Inside, I found only a few supplies. A water bottle, some granola bars, and a map. But the map wasn't of the area I was in. It was an old topographic map, showing places I didn't recognize, roads that didn't exist anymore, and markings that seemed out of place. My heart raced. Whoever had been out here was preparing for something big. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to stay and figure it out, but my instincts screamed at me to leave, to get back to my car and never look back. That's exactly what I did. I didn't waste any more time. I grabbed the backpack and headed back toward the cabin, my thoughts running wild. What did this mean? Who was out there? And why hadn't they come back for their stuff? I packed my things as quickly as I could, barely taking the time to make sure I had everything. I didn't care about the cabin anymore. I just needed to get out. I drove away, not once looking back. As I left, the weight of the silence behind me seemed to follow. No sounds of birds, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive quiet that hung in the air. As I drove down the long, winding road, I finally started to feel the tension in my shoulders release. The further I got, the more I felt like I could breathe again. I was almost to the main road when I passed a truck, a big, black truck that I hadn't seen on my way in. It didn't register at first, but then I saw the man standing by it. He was tall, with dark clothes and a grim expression. He didn't look at me, but I swear I felt his eyes on me. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I just kept driving, not looking back. When I finally reached the main highway, I pulled into the nearest gas station, my hands shaking. I had to call the rental agency. They needed to know what happened. But when I tried to explain, the person on the other end of the phone sounded confused. No one was supposed to be out there. No one. They offered to send someone to check the cabin, but I didn't care. I was done. I was so done. I haven't gone back to that cabin. I haven't even been back to that area. I don't know who or what was out there. Maybe it was just someone else like me trying to get away from the world. Or maybe it was something else, something I don't want to think about. But whatever it was, I'm glad I'm far away from it. The woods may be beautiful, but they hold secrets. And some secrets are better left undisturbed. had never felt as isolated as I did that day. It was meant to be a simple weekend hike, nothing too fancy. Just me, the trail, and the peace of being away from the noise of city life. I'd hiked in the woods before, many times in fact, but something about this trip felt different from the start. It was one of those overcast days where the clouds hung heavy in the sky, casting a dull gray light over the landscape. The air was cool, but not cold enough to be uncomfortable. I woke up that morning with the usual excitement of hitting the trail. It had been a few weeks since my last hike, and I was eager to get away from everything. I packed up my gear the night before: water, snacks, a map, first aid kit, and a few other essentials. The route I planned was a loop through a small part of the forest I'd never explored before. It was supposed to take a couple of hours, maybe 3. Easy enough for a solo trip. I wasn't worried about anything. I've done this kind of thing before. The trailhead was nearly empty when I arrived. There was a car parked off to the side, and I could tell it was an older vehicle that had been there for some time. I didn't think much of it. Maybe someone else was out there, but it was a vast forest, so it wasn't unusual to not run into anyone for hours. I shrugged it off and started walking. The first couple of miles went by without incident. The trees were thick here, their branches twisting together above to create a canopy that blocked out the sun entirely. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the trail, the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, and the distant calls of birds. It was peaceful, exactly what I was looking for. The deeper I went into the forest, though, the more unsettling it started to feel. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on exactly. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me, and the sounds of the forest seemed to grow more distant. It's strange how quickly the world around you can shift from calm to eerie, and that's how it was. The woods weren't silent, but the noises were different, more muted, like the forest itself was holding its breath. By the time I reached the halfway point of the trail, I had begun to notice the absence of familiar signs. Normally, I'd expect to see a trail marker or maybe a stream, a small clearing, something that reassures you that you're on the right path. But here, there was nothing. The trail had become more difficult to follow, and it was hard to tell which way was which. I checked the map, but it was no help. The markings didn't match anything I was seeing. The trees looked the same in every direction, and I felt a flicker of doubt creep into my mind. I paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and tried to shake off the unease. It was just my mind playing tricks on me, nothing more. I kept walking, hoping to reach a familiar landmark, but nothing seemed to change. After another hour or so, the trail completely disappeared. The path that I had been following had dwindled into nothing, replaced by undergrowth and thick, tangled roots. I stopped, and for the first time I felt a rising panic. I should have turned back earlier, but now it felt too late. I pulled out my map again, but it wasn't much help. The trails I'd expected to follow weren't there anymore. The landmarks I had hoped to rely on seemed non-existent. I turned around, hoping to retrace my steps, but that only made things worse. Everything looked unfamiliar, and the trees seemed to loom over me, closing in from every side. I tried to stay calm. It wasn't unusual to get disoriented in a forest like this. I told myself to keep moving, to keep walking, and eventually, I would find my way out. But as the hours passed, the situation only seemed to worsen. It wasn't just the trail that had disappeared. The forest itself felt different, more oppressive. The sky was growing darker as the sun started to dip behind the clouds. I checked my watch, nearly 6 o'clock. I should have been out by now, but there was no sign of anything familiar. That's when I started to hear it. At first, it was subtle, just a faint rustling sound, like something moving through the brush. I paused, my heart skipping a beat. It was far enough away that I couldn't see what it was, but I could hear it. The sound was strange, unnatural. It was too rhythmic, too deliberate to be an animal. I stood still, straining my ears, but it stopped as suddenly as it had started. I took a step forward, trying to ignore the growing unease. The forest felt empty, too empty. There were no sounds now, no birds, no wind. Just the deafening silence and my own heartbeat. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something wasn't right. The wind picked up a little, blowing through the trees, but it didn't do much to calm my nerves. It only made the shadows between the trees seem longer, darker. I kept walking, but now I was aware of every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle of leaves. The world felt as though it were holding its breath. By the time it was fully dark, I had no idea where I was. The light from my phone barely helped. I had no reception, of course, but I used it to light my way as I stumbled through the woods. I couldn't stop thinking about the rustling. Whatever it wasn't natural. The noise had come from a place where there shouldn't have been anything. Too still, too quiet. Then it happened again. A distinct, deliberate sound. It was closer this time. I froze, gripping my phone tighter. I could hear it moving slowly, methodically. I tried to peer through the trees, but the darkness was thick. I felt the weight of something unseen, something watching me, even though I couldn't see it. My heart began to race. I had to get out of there. I took off running. I didn't care if I was heading in the right direction. I just needed to get away from whatever that sound was, away from the feeling that something was following me. I crashed through the underbrush, limbs and branches grabbing at me, but I didn't stop. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, the rustling sound was closer. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. My breath was ragged, and my legs felt like they were going to give out. The ground beneath me shifted, the earth soft and uneven. I stumbled, catching myself just before I fell. Panic flooded my chest, and I forced myself to keep moving, but the exhaustion was setting in. I didn't know how much longer I could go on. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped. The woods were silent again. No rustling, no footsteps, just the oppressive quiet. I stopped and listened. The weight of the silence felt suffocating, like something was waiting in the dark. I didn't know what it was, but I knew I couldn't wait to find out. I forced myself to keep moving, though now my thoughts were consumed with dread. I couldn't just keep running. I had to figure out where I was, or I'd end up in a worse situation. I decided to pause, collect myself, and try to find a way back. I found a small hill and climbed it, hoping for a better vantage point. And there, in the distance, I saw it. An outline of something in the dark, faint but unmistakable. It was a building, a cabin. I couldn't believe my eyes. A cabin? Here in the middle of nowhere? I didn't know if I should feel relieved or terrified, but it was a sign of civilization, something I could use. I moved toward it quickly, desperate. The cabin wasn't as far as I had expected. It only took a few minutes to reach it. I cautiously approached, unsure of who or what might be inside. The door was slightly ajar, creaking in the wind. I stood there for a moment, unsure whether to go in or not. But then, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was empty, abandoned. The air was stale, but at least there was shelter. The walls were covered in dust, and everything seemed old, really old. The furniture was covered in sheets, but it was safe. I closed the door behind me, locking it. For the first time in hours, I felt my heart slow down. I sat on the floor, leaned against the wall, and tried to catch my breath. I didn't know who had built this cabin or how it had come to be here, but I knew one thing. I wasn't alone in the woods anymore. I had found my way out. The cabin wasn't much, but it was a lifeline. As the night stretched on, I realized how lucky I was to have found it. The storm that came through later only confirmed it. The rain came down hard, soaking everything outside, but I was dry, safe, and finally able to relax. In the morning, When the storm cleared and the sun returned, I left the cabin, taking one last look before heading back toward the trailhead. The forest seemed different now, not quite as oppressive as it had the night before. And when I finally made it back to the parking area, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I was done. I'll never know who built that cabin or how it ended up in the middle of nowhere, but I was thankful for it. It was my salvation, my refuge in the chaos. Sometimes, it's the little things that keep us going, the ones we least expect. I had always been someone who enjoyed the quiet, isolated corners of the world. It was peaceful to me to leave the noise of the city behind and find a place where the only sounds were the wind through the trees and the crunch of gravel beneath my boots. So when I found an old, barely used hiking trail tucked away in a remote part of the country, I thought I had found the perfect spot for a weekend getaway. The trail was supposed to lead to an old cabin. Nothing fancy, just a place for hikers to rest and take shelter from the elements. I figured it would be a good chance to test my skills, maybe learn something about myself. There was no one around for miles, and that was exactly what I wanted. I packed my bag, grabbed my gear, and drove out to the trailhead. The road leading up to the trail was barely paved, more like a dirt path than anything. I could feel the bump of the tires on the uneven surface as I slowly made my way through the woods. It was late afternoon when I arrived, the sun starting to dip lower in the sky. The air was cool, crisp, perfect for a hike. I parked my car at the trailhead and took one last look at the road behind me. There was no sign of life, just the trees swaying gently in the wind and the distant sound of birds. I grabbed my backpack, made sure I had everything: water, snacks, a map of the area, and started down the trail. The first mile was easy, a slight incline with trees on either side. The trail was well marked, and I didn't feel concerned at first. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting long shadows on the ground. I could hear my footsteps, rhythmic and steady, crunching against the dirt. But as I continued, the trail began to get steeper, and the trees grew thicker. The sunlight faded, and the shadows deepened. The wind picked up, and the forest started to feel different, darker, colder, as if the world had closed in around me. I glanced down at my map. The cabin was supposed to be just a few more miles ahead. According to the guide, it wasn't hard to find. But the further I walked, the less sure I felt. The trees seemed to lean in closer, the path becoming narrower and more overgrown. The silence was unsettling. It wasn't just quiet, it was an oppressive silence. No birds, no rustling animals, nothing. By the time I reached what I thought was the halfway point, I realized something was wrong. The trail had started to disappear. At first, I thought maybe I had missed a turn, but the map didn't show any other routes. I stopped and scanned the area around me. There was no sign of the path, just dense trees and undergrowth. The sunlight was barely filtering through anymore, and I could feel the temperature drop. I tried to backtrack, but the trees and the thick brush made it difficult to retrace my steps. It felt like the forest was closing in on me, pushing me deeper into it. The longer I wandered, the more disoriented I became. The map didn't make sense. The landmarks didn't match what I was seeing. Every direction looked the same. Dense woods, no sign of a trail, and no cabin in sight. Panic started to creep in, but I pushed it back. I knew better than to lose my cool in situations like this. I focused on staying calm, remembering what I had learned about staying oriented in the wilderness. I found a small clearing and sat down for a moment to gather my thoughts. The cold air made my breath visible, but I didn't mind it. I pulled out my water bottle and took a long drink. I needed to think. I realized that I had been walking for hours now, and the sky was starting to darken. There was no sign of the cabin, no indication that I was on the right path. I felt stupid. How had I gotten so lost? I had done everything by the book, checked the map, kept track of time, but somewhere, something had gone wrong. I decided to head in what I hoped was the right direction, just to see if I could pick up the trail again. I needed to find some sort of landmark, a hill, a rock, anything. But the forest was endless, with no sign of anything other than trees and brush. The more I walked, the more I started to doubt myself. Was I going in the right direction? Should I just stop and wait for someone to find me? But that thought terrified me. I didn't know how long it would take for someone to realize I was missing. I had to keep moving. I couldn't afford to just wait around. By the time the sun had set, the forest was almost completely dark. My flashlight was weak, its beam barely cutting through the blackness around me. I knew I needed to find shelter, but I had no idea where to go. There were no signs of civilization, no roads, no lights, just the oppressive darkness and the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I eventually stumbled upon a small, weathered shack. It wasn't much. A simple wooden structure that looked like it had been abandoned for years. It didn't look like the cabin I had been searching for, but it was something. I didn't have much of a choice. I approached it cautiously, checking to make sure there were no dangerous animals inside. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside was empty, save for some old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. It was better than being out in the cold, so I decided to settle in for the night. I locked the door behind me and curled up on the floor, using my jacket as a blanket. The wind howled outside, but I felt a little safer inside the shack, even if it wasn't much of a shelter. I was exhausted, but sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound made me tense up. The creak of the shack's wood settling, the rustling of leaves outside. My mind raced, and I kept replaying the events of the day. How had I gotten so lost? What had happened to the trail? Why was I so deep in the woods with no sign of help? Eventually, I must have drifted off, but my sleep was restless. I kept waking up, startled by noises outside or the feeling of being watched. The night dragged on, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When the first light of morning broke through the cracks in the walls, I was up and moving. I didn't want to waste any more time. I needed to get out of the woods and find my way back to civilization. I grabbed my bag, checked my supplies, water, snacks, and set out once again. The forest looked different in the daylight, less menacing but still confusing. I had no idea where I was going, but I figured I couldn't get any more lost than I already was. I kept walking, hoping that eventually I'd find a road or a sign of life. Hours passed, and just as I was starting to lose hope, I saw something in the distance. A clearing, a break in the trees. My heart raced as I pushed through the underbrush, desperate to reach it. When I finally emerged into the open, I couldn't believe my eyes. There, in front of me, was the cabin I had been searching for. It was exactly where the map had said it would be. I stood there for a moment, taking it in. It was a small, rustic building, but it was real, and it was a sign that I had made it through the woods. I approached the cabin cautiously, my nerves still frayed from the night I'd spent in the shack, but there was no sign of danger. The door to the cabin was unlocked, and I stepped inside, grateful to finally be somewhere safe. The cabin was basic, but it was a shelter, and for that, I was thankful. I spent the next few hours taking stock of my situation, trying to calm down and regain some sense of normalcy. I wasn't sure how I had ended up in the wrong part of the woods, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to take the wilderness for granted again. After a while, I made my way back to the trailhead, retracing my steps as best as I could. The journey was long, but I finally reached my car. My hands were shaking from the strain of the past 2 days, but I was alive, and that was all that mattered. Looking back at the woods one last time, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and unease. I had gotten out, but I had learned a valuable lesson. The woods weren't just a place of peace and quiet. They were wild, unpredictable, and you couldn't always trust your map. Sometimes you had to trust yourself. And if I ever went back, I would be ready for whatever the forest had in store. I was in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no roads, just dense woods stretching as far as I could see. It had been a spontaneous decision, a weekend getaway to escape the noise of the city. I'd heard about a remote cabin on an old hiking trail that was supposed to be peaceful, just perfect for clearing my head. The kind of place that seemed to promise a break from the chaos of everyday life. But as soon as I started the hike toward it, I began to feel something wasn't quite right. The cabin wasn't far off, a couple of miles or so I thought, but the path wound through trees so thick that I could barely see ahead of me. It was quiet, not the calm quiet I had hoped for, but an unsettling silence that seemed to close in on me with every step I took. I brushed it off at first, told myself it was just the isolation, that I was overthinking things. But then there was the sound, the kind of soft rustling that didn't come from the wind. It was like something was moving nearby, just out of sight. I stopped, listening hard. The rustling stopped too. A chill crept down my spine, and for a second, I wasn't sure if I should keep going. But then I told myself it was just the wind. I pushed ahead. The trail wasn't well marked. Overgrown in places, it looked like no one had bothered with it in years. I had to step over rocks, branches, and fallen trees, each step growing more difficult. My legs were starting to ache, but I had come this far. I couldn't just turn back now. The cabin wasn't far. I repeated that to myself over and over. When I finally saw the cabin, it was smaller than I'd imagined. It looked run down, but still intact. Old wooden walls, a roof covered with moss. There were no other cabins nearby, no signs of life, just the desolate stillness of the woods around me. My stomach churned as I walked toward it, an odd sense of dread settling in my chest. Inside, it was just as I had expected, dark and musty, the smell of old wood and dust in the air. The windows were boarded up and the furniture was minimal. An old couch, a table, and a few chairs. A fireplace stood at one end, but there was no firewood to light it with. I set my bag down, the silence pressing in from all sides. I spent the first few hours unpacking and settling in. I kept my things close, not wanting to wander too far. The thought of leaving the cabin even for a short while made me uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right about this place. As the evening came, the sun dipped below the trees, casting long shadows across the cabin. I sat by the window, staring out into the thickening woods. I could still hear that rustling sound, faint but persistent. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something bigger like a bear. But the more I listened, the more it sounded off, too deliberate, too constant. Like whatever it wasn't moving in the usual way. My mind began to race. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just jumpy from being alone in the woods, far from any real help. But the rustling persisted, moving closer. At some point, I thought I heard a low thud, like something heavy hitting the ground. It was close, very close, and it made my heart race in a way that felt primal. Like some part of me knew I wasn't alone. I stood, my legs shaky as I moved to the door. I had to know what it was. I couldn't just sit in there, waiting for something I couldn't understand to happen. I opened the door slowly, stepping outside onto the porch. The woods were dark now, and I could barely see a few feet in front of me. The rustling had stopped, and the silence felt deafening. For a long time, I stood there, straining my ears. Then I heard it again, a soft, almost imperceptible scraping sound, as if something was dragging itself across the ground. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't explain it, but there was something in the sound that felt wrong. I didn't want to go searching for it. I didn't want to see what was out there, but I couldn't stay in the cabin either, not when every instinct in me screamed that something was wrong. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and stepped off the porch, the beam of light flickering in the darkness. I walked slowly, my footsteps careful, listening intently. The sound grew louder, closer. It wasn't animal, it was something else. Something human. It was dragging its body through the underbrush. My throat tightened, and I almost turned back, but curiosity, or maybe sheer fear, kept me going. I followed the sound until it led me to a clearing. The beam of my flashlight danced over the trees, the undergrowth, and the shadows in between. At the far edge of the clearing, there was something, a shape. I froze, heart thundering in my chest. It was hard to make out, but it looked like a person, bent over, crawling through the dirt. The flashlight's beam caught their face. It was a man, his face covered in dirt, his eyes wide and unblinking, staring directly at me. I backed away, my breath catching in my throat. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my feet wouldn't move. And then, as if sensing my hesitation, the man turned his head toward me. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Only the rasping sound of breath, shallow and broken. He crawled forward, dragging himself with a desperation that made my stomach turn. I had never felt more terrified in my life. Every nerve in my body screamed for me to get out of there, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the sight of him, the strange, silent way he moved. It took every ounce of strength to turn and run. I didn't stop until I was back at the cabin, slamming the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely lock it. I didn't know what was out there or what had just happened, but I wasn't staying to find out. I spent the rest of the night inside, every creak and groan of the old building making me jump. I kept my flashlight close, too scared to even think about sleeping. When morning finally came, I didn't wait for the sun to fully rise. I grabbed my things, packed as quickly as I could, and left. The whole time, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that man crawling toward me again. I made it back to the trailhead, my heart still pounding, but when I finally got to my car, I breathed a sigh of relief. The woods behind me felt like a different world, one I was glad to leave behind. It wasn't until I returned home, safe and sound, that I realized just how close I had come to something I didn't understand. The whole trip had felt off, but I had dismissed it as my imagination running wild. Maybe I was just overthinking it, but the man crawling in the dirt, there was no way that was a coincidence. I don't know what he was doing in those woods or how he had gotten there. I don't know why he was crawling or what had happened to him, but I'll tell you this, I'm never going back to those woods. Whatever it was that was out there, I'm done with it. Some places are meant to be left alone, and some things are better off unexplained. I don't know if I'll ever really understand what happened, but I'm just grateful I made it out in one piece. The memory of that man's eyes still haunts me, though, and sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear the faintest sound, like something dragging itself across the floor. But I don't go looking for answers anymore. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. I had always thought I was good at being alone. Spending time in nature, getting away from it all was something I treasured. I grew up in a small town, surrounded by woods and mountains, and as an adult, I found peace in going on solo hikes. But this time, things were different. Started like any other trip, really. I packed my usual gear: a tent, sleeping bag, extra clothes, and enough food to last me a couple of days. I had a map, though I didn't expect to need it much. The plan was simple: hike through the forest, set up camp by the river, and enjoy the quiet of being completely isolated for a few days. The hike to my destination was smooth, and the weather was perfect, cool with a gentle breeze and the sun shining through the trees. I moved at my own pace, taking breaks whenever I felt like it, sipping water, and enjoying the sounds of the forest. Birds were chirping, leaves rustling in the wind, and the occasional crack of a branch underfoot made everything feel peaceful. By the time I reached my camp spot, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I set up my tent next to the river, the sound of the flowing water a soothing backdrop to my efforts. I took my time to get everything just right, arranging my gear and setting up my campfire. The sun was nearly gone by the time I finished, and the light was beginning to fade fast. I ate my dinner by the fire, the crackling of the wood mixing with the gurgling river. It was calm, tranquil, exactly how I liked it. As the night wore on, I found myself watching the stars, enjoying the silence. The only sounds were the river, the wind, and the occasional rustle in the bushes behind me. I didn't think much of it at first, probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I finished my food and sat there for a while, listening. The silence had settled in again, but this time, it felt a little thicker, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, but I shrugged it off. It was probably just the woods playing tricks on my mind. It's easy to feel that way when you're out there, alone in the dark. Eventually, I decided to turn in for the night. I zipped up my tent and crawled into my sleeping bag. The fire had burned down to embers, and the only light now came from the faint glow of the stars above. The river's steady rush was comforting, and I closed my eyes, trying to block out the creeping feeling that something was off. It wasn't long before I heard it, a sound that broke the rhythm of the night. A twig snapped. It wasn't far from the tent, just outside. My heart skipped a beat. I lay still, straining to hear any other sounds, but there was nothing. I told myself it was just another animal, maybe a squirrel or a rabbit. It wasn't anything to worry about. But then I heard another snap, and another. This time it was closer. I sat up, my heart pounding. The rustling sound was coming from just outside my tent, as if something was walking around it. I held my breath, listening carefully. Could still be an animal, but this felt different. There was something deliberate about it, like it was circling, taking its time. It wasn't just a random noise. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I pointed it at the opening of the tent, but saw nothing. The forest was silent again. I held the light steady, scanning the trees around me, but nothing moved. I forced myself to breathe, trying to calm down. It was just an animal, I thought. Maybe a bear or something. I had heard that they sometimes roam through the area, especially at night. Still, my mind raced. The sounds from outside my tent didn't feel like they came from an animal. I spent the next few hours wide awake, listening to every rustle and crack in the forest. Each sound sent my nerves into overdrive. I didn't dare leave the tent. It felt like something or someone was out there waiting, watching. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, the sun had just started to rise, and the forest around me was bathed in soft golden light. I got up, stretched, and unzipped the tent, stepping outside. The air was cool, and the smell of damp earth filled my lungs. Everything looked normal. The campfire had burned out overnight, and the river was still rushing past. But when I looked around, I noticed something strange. The ground near the edge of my tent was disturbed. There were deep, uneven tracks in the dirt, like something heavy had been walking around. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The tracks weren't from an animal. They were too big, too deliberate. They seemed to circle the tent, just like the rustling I had heard the night before. I followed the trail with my eyes, and my gaze landed on a large rock nearby. There, sitting on the rock, was a piece of cloth, a scrap of something torn, stained, and weathered by time. I moved closer, my heart pounding in my chest. I picked it up carefully. It was old, torn at the edges, and dirty. I could barely make out what it had once been, a shirt or jacket, maybe. But what struck me was the unmistakable scent that wafted off it. It was something rancid, something decayed, like it had been left out in the woods for a long time. I dropped it as if it had burned me. My mind raced. Someone had been here, not just anyone, a person. I wasn't alone out here. I grabbed my pack, shoved everything into it, and didn't waste any more time. I didn't care to finish my trip or find out who or what had been circling my camp the night before. I just wanted to get out of there. I hurried along the trail, my eyes scanning every tree and shadow, my ears straining for any sign of movement. I wasn't sure what I was afraid of, but the fear was real. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, and I wasn't about to ignore them. The path out seemed endless. My legs ached, my heart pounded, but I kept going, not stopping for anything. The woods felt heavier now, darker even though the sun was high in the sky. Every rustle, every crack of a twig made me jump. I kept expecting someone to step out from behind the trees, to confront me, but no one ever did. It took hours to make it back to the trailhead. By the time I saw the familiar road, I was completely drained. I had never been so relieved to see civilization. I didn't speak to anyone when I reached the parking lot. I just loaded my gear into my car and drove straight back home, not once looking in the rearview mirror. I never went back to those woods. I don't know who or what was out there with me, but I wasn't about to find out. It wasn't until later that I realized how close I had come to something dangerous. That scrap of cloth, the strange tracks, the sounds in the night, it all pointed to one thing. Someone had been watching me, but why? I don't know, and I don't care to find out. I still go on hikes, but I never venture far into the woods anymore, and I'll never again ignore that feeling of being watched. Sometimes, when I'm out in the quiet of nature, I can still hear that faint rustle in the distance, but I never stay to listen. I know now that not all things in the woods are meant to be understood, and sometimes it's better to just walk away and never look back. I've always been someone who enjoyed a little solitude, which is why I decided to spend a weekend alone in a cabin up in the woods, the kind of place where you don't hear anything except the wind and the occasional rustle of leaves. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just nature. It was supposed to be a break from the hustle of daily life, a way to reset and clear my mind. But things didn't go as planned. I found the cabin after some searching on an old, rural website. It was nestled deep in the forest, far from civilization, and the description sounded perfect. A small, rustic wooden cabin with a fireplace, a few basic amenities, and a porch with a view of the surrounding wilderness. It was more than what I could have asked for, and I was excited to disconnect completely. The drive there was long. I left in the early morning, and by the time I reached the end of the paved road, the sky had already turned gray, and the sun was beginning to dip low. The last few miles were on a rough, dirt path that wound through the trees. I hadn't seen another vehicle for miles, and it felt like I was entering a place untouched by time. I pulled up in front of the cabin, the small structure barely visible through the thick forest around it. The place looked just like the photos, old but well kept. The wood was weathered but solid, and the chimney had a faint trail of smoke rising from it. The whole scene gave off an eerie, almost cinematic vibe, but I didn't think much of it at the time. After unloading my gear, I settled inside. The cabin was exactly what I expected. Small, but cozy. A wood-burning stove, a couple of chairs, a table, and a bed with a thick quilt. I got the fire going, and the warmth quickly made the place feel like home. The sun had set by the time I finished setting up, and the darkness outside was almost absolute, except for the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. I spent the evening reading, enjoying the silence, and letting myself sink into the solitude. But as the night wore on, I started to feel something. It wasn't fear, not exactly. More like an uneasy feeling that I was being watched. But when I turned around, there was nothing but the flickering firelight. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds chirping and the soft rustling of wind in the trees. The sun was already up, streaming through the gaps in the wood, casting long shadows on the floor. I stretched, feeling refreshed, and decided to take a walk around the property. There was a small trail that led deeper into the woods, and I followed it for a while, enjoying the crisp morning air and the solitude. The trail seemed to go on forever, winding through the thick trees with no other signs of human life. The further I walked, the more I felt a sense of isolation. It was peaceful, yes, but also unsettling. It felt like I was on the edge of the world, with nothing but wilderness around me. I wandered for hours, not paying attention to the time, until I finally came across a clearing. At first, it seemed like just another open space in the woods, but then I noticed something odd. In the center of the clearing was an old, weathered stone well. It was covered in moss, and the stones looked like they had been there for decades, maybe longer. The well seemed out of place, like it didn't belong in this part of the forest. Curiosity got the best of me, and I approached it. The stone was cool under my fingers as I leaned over the edge, peering down into the dark opening. I couldn't see anything at first, just darkness. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I thought I saw something moving at the bottom. I blinked, unsure if I was imagining it. The forest was still, and the breeze had died down, leaving an uncomfortable silence. I stepped back, shaking off the feeling, and turned to leave. That's when I heard it. A soft rustling noise, like footsteps in the leaves. But there was no one around. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly turned in a circle, trying to locate the source of the sound. Nothing, just the trees and the breeze. I didn't want to stick around to figure it out, so I hurried back to the cabin. The feeling of being watched was even stronger now, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. That evening, I decided to stay inside, reading and keeping the fire going. As the night fell, the shadows grew longer and the air colder. I locked the door behind me, more out of instinct than any real concern. But as the night wore on, I kept hearing strange noises from outside, branches snapping, something moving through the trees. It sounded like footsteps, but I was sure there was no one else around. The silence was overwhelming, punctuated only by the crackle of the fire. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, but I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a loud bang coming from outside. My heart raced as I sat up, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it an animal or something worse? I grabbed a flashlight and made my way to the door. My hands were shaking as I twisted the handle and stepped outside. The cold air hit me like a slap to the face, and the light from the flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees. The noise had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I circled the cabin, checking every corner, but there was nothing. Just the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional distant animal call. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being so small and vulnerable in this vast, empty wilderness. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire going and stayed on edge, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin as the wind picked up. By morning, I was exhausted, but I tried to brush it off. I packed up my things and decided to leave, telling myself it was just my nerves playing tricks on me. I drove down the rough dirt path, but as I reached the end of the road where the pavement began, something made me stop. I looked back at the cabin, barely visible through the trees. For a moment, I saw something in the window, a shadow, just for a second. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't know what it was, but in that moment I understood. Something was out there in the woods watching. I wasn't alone, not really. I didn't have to see it to know it was there, lurking in the forest, waiting. I left that place and I didn't go back. I'm not sure if I'll ever really understand what happened, but I know one thing for sure. Sometimes, being alone in the middle of nowhere isn't peaceful. It's terrifying. I had no business being here. I knew that much from the moment I made the turn onto the old dirt road. The kind of road you don't see in the city. The kind of road that seemed to be swallowed by the forest, with trees pressing in on either side like they were trying to block me from turning back. But I was already too deep into the trip to turn around. It had started as an innocent enough idea. A weekend getaway to some cabin I found online. Something remote, secluded, where I could just get away from it all.
No fones, no internet, no distractions.
Just me, the woods, and the sound of nature. I had a vague idea of where the cabin was supposed to be. The GPS was acting up. No surprise there, being so far off the beaten path. But it kept insisting I take this dirt road, telling me I was almost there. The cabin was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, nestled in the mountains. The photos online made it look perfect, surrounded by thick forest and a quiet, serene lake. It was supposed to be a simple escape from the stress of city life. But now, with every bump in the road, I felt less and less sure about this decision. The road stretched on, winding through the trees in a way that felt deliberate, like the forest was slowly swallowing me whole. My car was the only one on the road. Not a single soul around for miles. Not a house, not a shop, just trees. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The sort of smell that told you this place hadn't been disturbed by human hands in a long time. I didn't even think to check the weather before heading out, but now the sky was thickening, clouds rolling in like they were part of some bigger plan to keep me trapped here. A few raindrops hit the windshield. Nothing big, but enough to make the road slick and dangerous. I gripped the wheel a little tighter, my eyes scanning the road ahead, looking for any sign that I was nearing the cabin. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I drove deeper into the forest. It felt like I was the only person left in the world. Even the birds had stopped singing. I rolled down my window, hoping to catch a breeze, but all I got was the dense, heavy air of the woods. There was no turning back now. I told myself that, even though a small part of me wondered if I should have called it quits and found a hotel in the nearest town. I rounded a bend in the road, and then there it was, the cabin. It stood at the edge of a small clearing, looking like something straight out of an old survivalist movie. It was made of rough-hewn logs, the wood darkened with age, and the roof was a simple slant, covered in moss and patches of lichen. There were no neighbors, no signs of life, just trees, dirt, and the cabin. I parked my car, the engine sputtering as it came to a stop. The cabin looked just like the pictures, though the reality of it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was something off about it. It wasn't the kind of place that made you feel welcome. It was more like a place that made you feel like you were trespassing, even if you technically weren't. I grabbed my bag and stepped out of the car. The air was colder than I expected, and I shivered slightly. My footsteps crunched against the gravel driveway as I made my way up the small path to the door. The front porch had a couple of chairs, but they were covered in a layer of moss, as though no one had sat in them for years. I fumbled with the lock, and after a few seconds, the door creaked open. Inside, the cabin was just as you'd expect. There was a small living room with an old wood-burning stove, a few mismatched chairs, and a simple wooden table. The place felt lived in but not recently. Dust covered every surface, and the smell of mildew hung thick in the air. The kind of musty smell you get when something hasn't been used in ages. I set my bag down on the floor and went to open a window, But as I did, I noticed something strange. The window wasn't dirty. It wasn't just dust on the glass. It looked like someone had deliberately smeared something on the outside. Something red. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but it made my stomach twist. I wiped at the glass with my sleeve, trying to get a better look. That's when I saw it. Handprints. Streaks of red, smeared across the window. They were too big to be from an animal. Too deliberate to be some random mark left by nature. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at it. My heart pounded in my chest, and I had the sudden, overwhelming urge to just leave. But I couldn't. I was already here, and I couldn't let some strange handprints scare me away. I forced myself to turn away from the window and look around the rest of the cabin. I checked the kitchen, which was simple but functional, and the tiny bathroom. The place was older than I expected, but it had everything I needed. I figured I could shake off the feeling that something was wrong and settle in for the night. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the trees outside. I went to the stove and started a small fire, feeling the warmth spread through the cabin. The rain had picked up outside, tapping against the roof like 1,000 little feet. It was the perfect kind of night for staying in, reading a book, and just relaxing. But as the fire crackled, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was a quiet, oppressive kind of loneliness, a sense that there was something in the forest watching me, just out of sight. Every sound outside seemed louder than normal. The wind in the trees, the rain, even the occasional rustle of animals in the underbrush. I tried to push the feeling away, but it clung to me like the dampness in the air. I sat in the chair, staring into the fire, the flickering light dancing across the room. Every now and then, I would hear a noise, a branch snapping, a twig breaking, the sound of something moving around outside. I couldn't help myself. I stood up and walked to the window, peering out into the darkness. All I could see were the trees, their branches swaying in the wind. But the darkness felt wrong. It was like the forest was closing in around me, the shadows deeper than they should be. The rain had stopped, but the air still felt thick with it. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to go outside for a quick walk. Maybe some fresh air would clear my head. I grabbed my jacket, stepped outside, and made my way down the small path leading into the forest. The ground was soft beneath my boots, the leaves slick with moisture. I walked for what felt like a while, trying to shake the unease gnawing at my gut. But the deeper I went into the woods, the more I felt it. The feeling that I was being followed. First, I thought it was my imagination, but then I heard it, footsteps, soft but unmistakable. I spun around, but there was nothing there. No one, just the trees. I quickened my pace, turning back toward the cabin, my heart pounding. The footsteps kept pace with me, just behind. Every time I turned, there was nothing, but the sound didn't stop. The air seemed to grow colder, heavier, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Finally, I reached the cabin, bursting through the door and slamming it behind me. I leaned against it, trying to steady my breathing. I was shaking now, my mind racing, but the sound of footsteps had stopped. For now, I didn't sleep much that night. The fire had burned low, and the silence of the cabin seemed to press in on me. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind outside made me jump. It was a long night, but by morning, I was exhausted. I made a quick breakfast, packed my bag, and decided it was time to go. I didn't care about the cost of the cabin or what anyone might think. I just needed to get out of there. I started the car and drove away, the wheels spinning on the dirt road. The further I went, the more I felt the tension leave my body. The trees thinned out, and I finally saw the first sign of civilization, a road sign pointing to the nearest town. But just before I reached the highway, I noticed something, a figure standing at the edge of the woods. It was far off in the distance, but I could still make out the shape of a person. They were watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just drove. And when I finally got to the town, I never went back to that cabin. I never even found out who else had been out there. But sometimes, when I think about it, I wonder if I was ever truly alone out there in the woods. It was supposed to be a simple trip. Just me, the open road, and a cabin hidden somewhere in the middle of nowhere. A getaway from the noise, the stress, and the people. The kind of retreat where you don't have to explain yourself, where you can just breathe. I had rented this cabin for a weekend. The owner, an older man with a thick beard, had given me directions that were vague at best. "Follow the road until it ends," he'd said with a weird smile that I couldn't quite place. "Can't miss it. Just keep your eyes peeled for the old pine tree. You'll know you're close when you see it." I wasn't really concerned. After all, how hard could it be to find a cabin in the woods? Plus, I wanted the isolation. No distractions, no interruptions, just me and the wild. I packed my car, a simple hatchback with just enough room for my gear. A few days worth of food, water, my sleeping bag, and the camping stove I wasn't sure I'd need. It was a 2-hour drive from the nearest town, but the road quickly turned into a narrow, winding path the moment I left the pavement behind. The trees crowded in around me, their dark shadows stretching long across the road, making everything feel even more remote. I tried not to think about how quiet it was. No traffic, no other cars. Just the soft hum of my engine as I kept going. The farther I drove, the more my phone lost service, the signal fading until it was gone completely. A little unsettling, maybe, but not enough to make me want to turn back. Eventually, the road did end. True to the old man's directions, I came to a spot where the gravel turned to dirt and the path narrowed, winding between towering pines that seemed to close in around me. I could barely make out the shape of the cabin in the distance through the trees. It looked more like a small, weathered shack than anything you'd expect for a rental. I parked my car near a makeshift clearing, the gravel crunching under my tires as I stepped out. The air smelled fresh, pine and dirt, but there was something else too, something I couldn't put my finger on. I grabbed my bag and started walking toward the cabin, careful not to trip over the uneven ground. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I took a deep breath as I stepped inside. The cabin was simple, barely furnished, with a small stove in the corner, a couple of chairs, and a thin mattress on the bed. The windows were covered with heavy curtains that blocked out most of the light, and the only sound in the place was the soft wind rustling through the trees outside. I took a seat by the window and looked out, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. For the first time in a while, I felt like I could actually relax. There was no one to talk to, no one to bother me, just the quiet of the woods and the sound of the wind. I thought about the hike I was going to take the next day, exploring the forest, maybe finding a stream or a quiet spot to sit. But as I looked out over the land surrounding the cabin, a strange feeling started to creep over me. It wasn't fear exactly, but a sense of something being off. The trees were thick, and the land felt unnaturally still. It was too quiet, almost as if the world itself was holding its breath. I tried to push the thought out of my mind and settled in for the night. There was nothing to fear here, just me, the cabin, and the woods. But when the sun set and the shadows lengthened, something strange happened. The cabin seemed to shift. The temperature dropped, and the air turned thick, like something was pressing down from above. I chalked it up to the cold, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders. I spent the rest of the evening trying to distract myself, watching the fire crackle in the small stove, reading a book I had brought along, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was too quiet. The woods had gone completely still. No animals, no wind, nothing. At some point, I decided to call it a night. The bed was hard, but it was fine. I tried to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. The unease that had been creeping around the edges of my thoughts all day had grown into something much stronger. It wasn't the usual feeling of being alone in the wilderness. It was something else, something darker. I shifted under the blanket, glancing toward the window. The trees outside were swaying, their branches scratching against the glass like fingers tapping on the wall. I shut my eyes, trying to push it out of my mind, but the sound kept coming over and over again. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the cabin. I shot up, heart racing, eyes wide. I had no idea what had caused it, but it was impossible to ignore. I grabbed the flashlight by the bedside table and crept toward the door. The wind had picked up again, howling through the trees, but it wasn't just the wind I was hearing. There was something else out there, something moving. I held my breath, trying to listen, but everything was drowned out by the noise of the storm. I stepped outside, flashlight in hand, scanning the woods. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but all I could see was the forest, silent and still. I decided to stay inside the cabin for the rest of the night, but as I lay there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every creak of the wood, every whisper of the wind, made me jump. Morning finally came and I was exhausted. I hadn't slept at all. I pulled myself out of bed and forced myself to eat something. Anything to get through the day. I couldn't stay cooped up in the cabin forever. I needed to get out and clear my head. I set out for a hike in the woods, hoping it would help shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The woods were dense, with towering trees that blocked out much of the light, making it feel like twilight even though the sun was high in the sky. I followed a narrow trail that wound its way through the thick undergrowth, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot the only sound I could hear. As I walked deeper into the woods, the silence returned, settling over me like a heavy blanket. I felt like I was being watched. My skin prickled, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone lurking just out of sight. The trail eventually opened up to a small clearing, and for a moment, I thought I had escaped the oppressive silence. But then I saw it, an old, weathered fence running through the middle of the clearing. It was made of rough wood, the posts twisted and broken, like it had been there for years, maybe decades. The gate hung off its hinges, swaying gently in the breeze. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. Something about that fence, that gate, felt wrong. As I got closer, I noticed something else. There were fresh tracks in the dirt, large, deep impressions as if something or someone had been here recently. My mind raced. I wanted to turn around to go back to the safety of the cabin, but something held me in place. It was as if the clearing was drawing me in, pushing me toward the fence. I stepped over the broken gate and moved forward, unable to resist the pull of the strange place. The further I walked, the more uneasy I felt. The trees here were darker, their branches twisted in unnatural shapes. It felt like the woods themselves were closing in around me, suffocating me. And then I saw it. At first, it looked like just another tree, tall, thick, its bark rough and scarred. But as I stepped closer, I saw that there was something carved into it. Symbols, lines, shapes. It was almost like a warning. I touched the tree, and a cold chill ran down my spine. The symbols felt wrong, like they were alive, shifting beneath my fingers. I quickly pulled away, panic rising in my chest. I had to get out of here. I turned to leave, but something stopped me. There, just beyond the edge of the clearing, I saw a figure, tall, gaunt, its face hidden in shadow. It was standing perfectly still, watching me. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I turned and ran. I don't remember much after that. My heart was pounding so loud in my chest that I could barely hear my footsteps, but I didn't stop running. The trees blurred past me, the ground uneven beneath my feet, but I kept going until I reached the cabin. I locked the door behind me and collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. My body was shaking uncontrollably, my mind racing with thoughts of what I had seen. But as I sat there, the fear slowly started to fade. I was safe for now. The thing, whatever it was, hadn't followed me. I was back in the cabin, back where it was safe. I stayed inside the cabin for the rest of the weekend, not daring to go back into the woods. The unease never fully left me, but eventually, I left. I drove back home without looking back, knowing that whatever I had stumbled across in those woods, it was something I didn't need to understand. And as the road stretched out before me, I realized one thing. The woods weren't just a place to escape to. They were a place to escape from. I had always wanted to go on a solo hiking trip, far away from the noise of the city and the distractions of everyday life. Just the idea of being surrounded by nothing but trees, rocks, and dirt had always sounded peaceful to me. So when I finally got the chance, I decided to pack my backpack, grab my hiking boots, and head to a remote trail in the mountains, far off the beaten path. The kind of place where the nearest person could be miles away. I set off early in the morning, the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon. The trail was narrow, winding through dense woods, the kind where the trees seemed to close in on you as you walked. It was a beautiful, crisp autumn day, the kind where the air is cool enough to be refreshing, but the sun still carries some warmth. The leaves were in full color, reds and yellows splashing against the green of the trees. I was in my element. For hours, I kept walking, the trail twisting and turning as the terrain got more rugged. The path grew steeper, and the sound of birds and insects faded as I moved deeper into the woods. Eventually, I reached a spot where the trees opened up, revealing a small, clear stream running through the rocks. I decided to take a break, sitting on a large boulder near the water, the soft gurgling of the stream relaxing my mind. I refilled my water bottle, ate a quick snack, and continued on. The farther I went, the more remote it became. The trail, which had been well marked earlier, slowly started to disappear, and I found myself following nothing more than faint animal tracks through the underbrush. It didn't bother me. In fact, it felt more like an adventure. A part of me was glad to be away from everything. I enjoyed the solitude. As the day wore on, I began to realize that I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail. At first, I figured it was just because I was so far out, but as time passed, I started to wonder if anyone else ever ventured this far out into the wilderness. Still, I wasn't worried. I had plenty of food, water, and a good map. I had been hiking long enough to know what I was doing. But as the sun began to dip lower in the sky, something started to feel off. The woods were growing eerily quiet. The birds had stopped singing, and there was no wind rustling through the trees. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered, crawling under my skin like a chill I couldn't shake. The shadows were stretching long across the forest floor as the sun dipped lower. I had to make a decision. Either set up camp for the night, or push on and try to find my way back to the main trail. I didn't want to risk wandering off the path in the dark, so I decided to make camp. There was a small clearing nearby, and I set up my tent next to a large fallen tree. It wasn't until I was kneeling in my tent, adjusting my gear, that I realized something strange. There was no noise, not a single animal, not even the usual rustling of the leaves. The silence was deafening. It was the kind of silence that made your ears ring, the kind of silence that felt unnatural. I shook my head, telling myself I was just tired. It had been a long day of hiking. I made myself a quick meal over the small camp stove and tried to relax. But as the light of the evening faded and the darkness settled in, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but the feeling of unease kept growing stronger. My heart started to race. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing in the woods just outside my tent. But every time I looked, there was nothing. I lay down in my sleeping bag, trying to calm my nerves. The darkness outside seemed to grow thicker, pressing in on me. I couldn't remember ever feeling so alone in my life. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that this was just the fear of the unknown playing tricks on me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I tried to sleep, but sleep didn't come. The night dragged on, every creak of the trees, every snap of a twig, making my heart race. Then, just when I thought I might lose my mind, I heard it, a sound, a soft, slow rustling in the leaves just outside my tent. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. It was the kind of sound an animal would make, maybe a deer or a fox, but it was too deliberate, too slow, almost intentional. I held my breath, listening. The rustling continued, then stopped. For a few long seconds, there was nothing. Then a soft thud, followed by another and then a third. Something heavy was moving around my camp. My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to look outside to see what it was, but the fear held me still. I couldn't bring myself to open the tent flap. Whatever it was, I didn't want to know. I tried to stay as still as possible, my breathing shallow. The sounds continued for what felt like hours, but when I dared to peek outside, I saw nothing. Just the same dark trees, swaying gently in the night breeze. I didn't know if it was the wind or if I had imagined the sounds, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I grabbed my pack and threw it on, my hands shaking. I wasn't staying another minute in that camp. I didn't care how dark it was. I didn't care if I got lost. I just wanted to get out of there. I packed up as quickly as I could, my movements jerky and frantic. The quiet around me was unnerving. I stepped out of the tent, the cool night air biting at my skin. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, scanning the area around me. There was nothing but the trees and the endless silence. I didn't waste time. I grabbed my map, found the nearest trail and started walking. I kept my head down, only looking up occasionally to make sure I was on the right path. Every snap of a twig, every distant rustling made my heart jump in my chest. The darkness felt endless, and the woods seemed to close in on me, pushing me further into the unknown. I kept walking for what felt like hours, the cold seeping into my bones. The moon had risen, casting long shadows over the trail. I felt like I was walking in a nightmare, unable to wake up. Eventually, I found the main trail. I wasn't sure how long I had been walking, but the familiar markers on the trees gave me a sense of relief. I wasn't alone anymore. I followed the trail back, my feet aching, my body exhausted, but the fear was finally starting to fade. By the time I reached the main road, I was a mess. My clothes were dirty, my hands shaking from the adrenaline. I had no idea what had happened that night, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I flagged down the first car that passed, and within minutes, I was on my way back to civilization. It wasn't until much later that I learned the area I had been in was known for strange occurrences. People who had gone missing, hikers who had returned with unsettling stories, but no one could explain why. I didn't need to know. I had my own story to tell now, and it was one I didn't intend to repeat. I don't know what it was that night. Maybe it was just my nerves getting the better of me. Maybe it was something more, but I never went back to that trail, and I learned my lesson the hard way. Sometimes the middle of nowhere isn't as peaceful as it seems.